Are you ready for the worst Spyro game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me scooch this under you. There we go. Thank you.
Hey, he just gone that down,
Uh-huh.
and you could do it.
That's right. All right. Isn't this so much worse immediately? God, it really is. It is so bad.
There's just so much crystals.
Well, you don't like crystals?
No, I do. But
Okay.
why is there so much crystals?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. What are we going to do with all these crystals?
Oh, they're whites to light up the whole cave.
Oh, okay. So now we can see where we're going. That was very thoughtful of whoever placed them here.
So you shouldn't take them away.
Uh-oh. Do we stop at the boss fight? That's funny.
Hey, that's him. We did it. Bye.
I don't like this. It's too quiet, too easy.
What part was easy? Getting chased by frozen madmen and gorillas?
Sparks.
Is that what I think it is?
What? I actually missed what he said because it was so badly acted. And the subtitle went away immediately. What did he say? No, hold on. Hold on.
The boss fight is a night.
Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna pay careful attention. We need to make sure we get all these crystals this time.
No, don't.
Why not?
Because that's bad.
Why?
Or the whole cave will fall down.
Oh, that's a good point. She's smart. Don't overmind the cave you're in. You're so smart.
You shouldn't do anything to the crystals.
Right. Right, I need to give another negative. Do you want to give another negative?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you had to give a negative to this, what would you give it to?
The game.
Brofist. Wait, cat Brofist.
You're a cat also.
Alright, so let's give the game a negative per your command. She's the boss. Alright, so hang on, let's give the game a negative. We really are, though, because I forgot to mention how leveling works. I actually looked this up because I was curious.
That thing looks like a Pokeball with a Pikachu in it.
That's because it is.
That's actually a real Pikachu.
Yeah, see?
That thing holds that snow together to look like the real Pikachu.
Yeah. Anyways, so you see that pink swirling mist? That's our experience. That pool has a cap. So unlike the game that this is aping...
What are the other ones?
like God of War, if you don't spend that, it just sits there and doesn't go anywhere. So we will go ahead and spend some of that. And then a little more, I guess. And a little more. Maybe.
Yeah, that will
There
be
it goes. Now it's starting to spend. Okay, never mind. We don't have a cap. Okay. I was lied to.
You were wrong.
I was wrong. And lied to.
I wish the portal was gone.
Anyways, so I'm going to go change that negative from leveling into interface. Why isn't that a number? Listen, God of War which this game apes so thoroughly, I'm convinced it's the same engine, is... I don't know. So I've also discovered something else. How do I like the music? So, speaking of what Rama just said, I've discovered that some people actually like this game.
You're getting the crystal.
I must get the crystal.
No, don't. The whole table fall down with you in it.
Okay, there's 2 left. Can I get one of them?
Yeah,
Okay. Should I get the left one or the right one?
the left one.
Okay.
When we get one, the cable will fall down.
But I've only played this game for like 2.5 hours. I have already seen a surprisingly large number of comments mentioning how much they liked this game. I have also discovered it has a reasonably strong speedrunning.
Well, Yana and I like this game.
Don't listen to her; she's lying. You've never played this game, and you never will. You'll play a real Spyro game. Yeah, these games apparently... Well, this game apparently has a fan base, which is... You know how normally when there's a game someone really likes that I'm not...
Then games actually have fans,
Yes, I know.
and I'm not a game fans.
You have never played this game before. You cannot be a fan of a game you have not played.
I actually played before.
No, you haven't. You do have that habit. You need to get out of that habit. You have not played this game before.
Maybe I'm actually not lying.
Baby, you have not played this game. You know how I know?
No, I'm not lying about no, maybe be like it.
Okay. That's not a lie. I'll accept that. But you haven't played this game before, because you can't. It's not possible. You had no access to it. This is a very old game. How old are you?
4.
Okay. This game is 20. This game is 20 years old.
Well, I was 20 when I was this size.
In case the mic is not picking her up, she just said, I was 20 when I was this size.
That's 20 size.
So, Rama, there's a decent chance you're thinking of one of the other Spyro games. There's actually quite a few before we hit the death of the franchise, which is the 3 games we're playing this year. Or this week, excuse me. This year, it's going to take us all year.
And you're at school, so no Pikmin 4.
That's right. We can't play Pikmin 4 right now. I'm sorry.
And
She's
no
been really into Pikmin lately. It's been awesome. But yeah, so these... right, people are fans of it. Normally, when someone says they like a game or someone has an interest in a game, there's a understandability, right? There's something unique about it, or there's something flavorful about it, or there's good parts, or you could see what it could do, or with enough headcanon it's interesting, or whatever, right? There's almost always some kind of thread where it's like, yeah, I could see why people like that game. And then there's this. And I'm going to say that as nicely as I possibly can. So, do you see all those names right there? I am talking to them. They can hear you, too. So everything you say, they can hear you. We are on camera. And now you're shy, which is okay. That's a very natural reaction.
On camera.
That's the camera, right up there. Here, I can actually prove this. See? I'm right here. Do you see me moving on the screen? And you're right here. You're a little hidden right now, and that's by design. But you are on camera. See? Do you see yourself? She's... Okay, you can't really tell, but she's making silly faces at the camera now. You are so cute. Okay, so let's go beat up that boss, okay?
Yeah. It will be so hard.
It might be. I don't know how boss is going to be in this game.
Hey, that's him. We did it. Bye.
I don't like this. It's too quiet. Too easy.
What part was easy? Getting chased by frozen madmen and gorillas?
Sparks.
Is that what I think it is?
He is drunk. David Spade was drunk when he recorded this. That's the only explanation I can come up with.
There's Steven Spade.
Yes, that's David Spade right there. Oh my god, Sean. Time to kill David Spade. Do you like how the intro cutscene was not timed correctly with the music specifically crafted for the intro cutscene? And so it actually cut off earlier than it should have.
Hard.
So I've noticed ice physics the whole stage, but it's mostly been whatever.
How can we get out of this cave, Zagmas?
I don't think we do. I think we're just stuck here. But now we have ice physics during a boss fight. And I just want you to think about that for a second.
He's going back to cold so he can warm up. He wants to warm up like that.
Wait, did Spade actually do the voice in the show?
We have to kill him to get the dragon. This boss is so hard to kill.
He's being interesting. I was going to deliberately die, but it looks like I don't even have to. He's just going to kill me, I think.
Spyro never dies.
Never? Well, he is a dragon, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, so, phase 2.
Do we kill him? He was talking to Spyro.
Okay, so we're dead. Let's see what happens.
I think I have the strength to go on.
Interesting. So that's not the first time his health is actually, you know, an enemy's health is reset. But only to the last health marker, which is interesting. That's the closest thing to a penalty for failure we have ever seen.
Let's do it.
That is not bad. That is confirming. I think that 100% confirms the gameplay positive I've already given.
He's on fire.
The only gameplay positive I've given, but it's still there.
Please. He couldn't use anything for a minute.
The death animation is so slow, isn't it, kiddo?
Got to remember my training.
Yes, remember your training. Remember your
Spyro
training.
or Spyro was flat. Frozen. Can get him to flat you again.
Working on it. Aw.
He punched you.
Oh, really? Triax, yeah. Interesting.
He wants the dragon so much.
I wonder why.
I think because the dragon was being nice to him.
Oh, that makes sense.
And now he thinks the dragon's his friend.
So, it's a good time to mention that explosion is a good example of how viscerality can be a bad thing. Usually when we think of negatives to viscerality, it's in the form of, you know, big, boring, dull stuff. You know, like spells that peter out or attacks that feel like they don't do anything, you know. There's another form of bad viscerality, and it's the flashbang problem. Okay, we don't get to talk about that very often.
Go away. What are you?
But this is just a regular ass hit. This is just my normal attack. This is a flashbang.
Is he gonna die?
I sure hope so. Do you think we got him?
It borders on the miraculous, incredible, stupendous. A dragon your size defeating that thing. Thank you.
Not his
Spyro.
breath.
A purple dragon named Spyro. Amazing. Of course, there were unsubstantiated rumors of a purple dragon countless generations ago.
Oh my god, that's Gary Oldman.
Gossip, legend. It's hard to believe, difficult to fathom, amazing to comprehend.
No wonder they
I
gagged
think
this guy.
that's the
So much time has
thing
passed,
that
so
we
many
have
things
in
have
this
occurred.
dragon world.
He is standing
Yeah.
right before me.
Excuse
I
me,
think
Mr.
it
Ball.
was in here.
Listen to him, Mr. Red. Listen.
Shouldn't we get going?
Oh, of course. But where to?
Well, back to the temple.
A friend of yours is waiting?
Ignite us?
Yes, Ignitus.
Of course, much to tell, many hypotheses to pose. I believe.
Yes, Voltaire, it's good to see you as well, but we don't have time to waste on sentiment. Back to Cinder. She was doing what to you?
Cinder's a chick?
Oh, it's hard to be absolutely sure, Ignitus. But it seems she was using me as some sort of suspended organic power source.
Huh?
She was using him as a battery.
Why didn't he just say so?
Not only that, she also left with a glowing yellow orb. And I believe that I somehow powered it. Does this mean anything to you, Ignitus?
Perhaps. Perhaps. What I do know is that we need to rescue the other Guardians before Cinder can power any more of those orbs.
Hold on. If that's Corey Burton, that's even worse than I thought, so never mind. No offense to Corey Burton. He's actually a great actor, but... You've heard Corey Burton before, because Corey Burton is well known for being an actor impersonator. They bring him in order to play someone else when they can't afford the someone else.
I agree, Ignitus. But first, I'd like to impart some useful knowledge to Spyro.
Agnes,
Vis-a-vis
did
his
you
recently
open it?
acquired electricity-based exhalation device.
What?
Well, he says he'd like to teach me some things about that electricity breath.
Boy, why did he just say so?
I'm usually really lenient on lip syncing. It has to be, like, aggressively bad to deserve a negative. Not the funny way. For example, we gave Starfield a negative for lip syncing. And that's... I'm not saying that's the line, but just to give an example. Okay. Anyways, I've probably been muted for a minute. So I looked up a walkthrough last night just to see how far we were through the game. Thankfully, we're already a decent chunk of the way through the game. And, oh yeah, I've already vetoed it, by the way, about Falkenstein. But that's not actually why I mentioned this. I mentioned this because the walkthrough I mentioned had a comment section. And this comment section was filled with people saying, this is just the greatest game ever. I love this game. This game has so much depth to it. Did you ever notice? Yeah. Once again, I mean no offense to anybody who likes this game, but I cannot fathom why. Like I said, normally I can understand why. This is not one of those times. Of course they didn't. Why would anybody who says they like something give a reason why they like something? They never do that. Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever noticed that? Is this black licorice? By definition, no. Like, in the way that we define black licorice, no. No, I have no mouth. That's going to be black licorice. I'm pretty sure, like, right now, that's going to be a black licorice game. Thank you, Ben One Eye, for the sub. And for killing me. As usual, 3 things. I've noticed, yeah, coffee by definition means I can tell something is good. It's just not for me. That's what coffee means. That's not what this is. And I'm at a wait and see, Chill Pangolin. I feel like I already answered you on Discord, but to repeat myself. The fact that the CEO is being forced back into the job there doesn't mean the game is A, going to actually come out, B, is going to actually be good, and most importantly, C, is not going to be sabotaged. The guy in charge of Crafton is a legitimate maniac. Do you notice the guy in charge of Crafton is trying to go into AI-powered weapons? It's not a joke. So, yeah, we'll see. I am not really holding out hope. Oh, hang on. Yeah, he's trying to make a deal with the South Korean military, and it's just, okay. Now, right now we're at a wait and see, so I will say we've probably upgraded the veto on Subnautica 2 from a hard veto to a soft veto. Civ 4, Kingdoms, Pamela, and Outer Worlds 2. And I suppose Breakfast Sampler has a valid point. You have nothing to prove to anyone, and that's valid. You like something, and that's all that needs to exist. But as weird as it may sound, at that point, there's no point in even saying you like something, because nothing's being conveyed, right? If all you say is, I like this, and there's no further communication, then you have communicated nothing. You might as well just keep your mouth shut. Because I don't mean that as an unkindness. What I mean is, if you only care about your own enjoyment of a thing, then there's no need to share that with anybody, right? Because you already enjoy it. You don't need to prove anything. You're good. You like this. End statement. Alright, I'm ready. Let's do this. Hi, Zara. God, is this going to be as bad as the last one?
Spyro.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if there's something I like and I don't feel like defending it, I'll just keep my mouth shut about it. Because I like it. I'm good.
Electricity, the spark of life. Listen, and I will teach you its secrets.
I thought I'd already gotten all of those, Ben, when I'll double check.
A new tactical approach coupled with more focus might prove successful.
Come over here.
It is actually abandoned where Ben when since it was removed from the list, I found a fan recomp, which I got working. Okay, why was this not working? Oh, okay, I get it. This is bad. There we go. Okay. Okay. You see, that I just...
Grasp the concept. Excellent.
I admittedly didn't follow the meeting that they had. What was it, like 2 weeks ago or whatever? Yeah, someone like data dumped the CD and made a version of it that actually works, and here we are. Well, yeah, because we kind of already covered that one. What's funny is Civ 2 is probably going to be one of those games which is going to be my, I remember this fondly, but it's not a good game, games. You know the type, we all have those. Everyone has a game we remember fondly and isn't actually all that good. So far, this is not exactly the same tutorial. It's okay, the last tutorial was 20 minutes of hell. Surely this won't be as bad.
nobody after all.
This way, oh Mauve one.
Oh, hey, now we get the electric bomb, whatever. Actually, yeah, Darth Sinka. That's another thing. There's this weird attitude. It's this weird space that gets it from both directions. Let me try to explain that a bit better. Because on the one hand, some people will be like, "Oh, you only like that because of nostalgia," or "You just like that because you don't realize how bad it is," which is an invalid and stupid mentality. If you like a game, if you have a soft spot for a game, if you have fond memories of a game, the end, right? It's like Brefka Sampler said earlier. You don't need to defend that. You like that thing. Cool, right? The problem is, there's also the other side of that. The other side of that is admittedly what pisses me off, and it's because I've dealt with it most of my life, long before I ever started streaming, which is when you say, there's this one game that you like, that you probably know is bad, or regardless of whether you know it's bad, and you say it's the greatest game of all time ever, and it's so much better than anything that's ever come out since. And that's, like I said, that's the other side of that. That's the opposite extreme. And both of those are dumb. Yeah, there's a reason I tend to dread.
Without practice. Well done.
There's a reason I dread beloved classics, and that's pretty much why, right there. Okay, it's my fault. I wasn't reading because I was answering Darth Sinka's question. Okay, so throw the thing. Yep. Oh no, I actually did it. Never mind. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what these people were thinking with their sound design. There's not even that many stock effects. I mean, there are a few. I mean, Expedition 33 had all the hallmarks of a beloved classic, 100%. So, whatever I said in the past, ignore past me. He's an idiot.
Igniters will be pleased.
Come over here.
I mean, what irritates me the most about games like Expedition 33 is that they are good games. I never would have played Expedition 33 if not for the show, because the fan base immediately turned me off of the game, like, within a month. And almost made me put down the game after we started the stream. There's a reason VODs 1 through 4 are now private. I just got rid of them. I said, you know what? Screw it. If you want to watch the Expedition 33 VODs, you can start when the stream actually started, which was VOD 5.
Your training is complete. For now.
So that was not nearly as bad as the last tutorial. It was pretty bad, like, in my opinion. And yeah, I just was like, you know what?
Spyro. Cyril, the Ice Guardian, was taken to Tall Plains. You and Sparks must go there at once and find him.
Yes, sir.
But if we see danger, we should run, right?
There are times when all of us need to stand up to danger, young Sparks.
Yeah, maybe next month, next summer, perhaps next year.
Just go. Now.
Yes, sir.
Well, it depends on if I'd manage a second shift today. I don't know if I ever said this out loud, but my sister straight up forced me to take a nap, another one, and not do a second shift yesterday because my throat was just slow. She's heard that happen before. My throat was just slowly giving out.
Once home to a proud ancient tribe called the Atlawa.
Oh, bless you.
Sparks.
The Atlawa were a people in tune with the rhythms of the seasons, focused on their relationship to crops, their surroundings, their gods. They've all been driven underground by Cinder and her forces, who have taken over the tribe shrine. I sense that's where Cinder is keeping Cyril, trying to power another crystal. You must find him before she succeeds.
Right. It's never easy.
Nothing worthwhile ever is.
So now you're spouting wisdom, hero boy?
Come on.
Yeah, I hope to see at least one nomination for Sparks as Worst Character of the Year. That would be major character, by the way. Oh, hey, look! It's back, Mr. Red. It's back! The grass. Look at the floating morphic grass. No. So the first stage was the swamp. The second stage was the ice. This is the third stage. And then there's two after this. I don't know which one is the volcano one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you ever have one of those things where you just kind of mentally go on to autopilot, even in the middle of something? Right? So even though I'm in the middle of playing this game, and I know the kind of game I'm playing, I was looking at this, and I let my mental attention drift a little bit. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, chkunk, I'm playing a Spyro game. So the reason I started jumping up here was because I saw those vases. And I'm like, aha, we should go ahead and start cracking those. Those probably have gems. And there's probably like a platforming puzzle up here. It was just such an autopilot thing to do. I didn't even think about it until I was already doing it. That's right, no catharsis. Speaking of being a fan of something and how much that sucks. So, pretty recently, another one of the Saudi Arabian groups decided to buy a interest in Capcom. Now, that's always a bad sign, but I mean, they have a lot of investments all over the place, so it's not the end of the world. So I was just like, alright, well, that sucks. Then, like, God, I want to say a day later, they had bought up enough more shares to have 10%. That's what we call worrying. Yeah, 10% is a lot more concerning than 5. And Lord knows Capcom has been doing some very strange things for years now. Like, it's not like their game quality has gone down. Resident Evil 9 is, by all accounts, really good. Same thing with Street Fighter 6. Same thing with the latest Monster Hunters. But they've been weird lately. Haha, Rama. Okay, well, let's see what this does. I sure hope not Blade to All. This is where I came in. But, alright, we'll backtrack a bit. Kill this guy, because I left him... Orala Spell Killer. Well, no wonder I can't cast it. God. Yeah, exactly. We'll just know. Can we go this way? No, okay. But that's... And I just want to say something. So you say, this is what it's like being a Spyro fan. Let me share a weird... I have to use the word revelation. I don't know what else to call it. That I've had recently. At a certain point... I've kind of reached the point where I'm okay with the IPs that I love. Well, let me phrase this with correct terminology. I've reached the point where I'm okay with letting go of the IPs that I love. Just being like, okay. We had a good run. And then just kind of walk away from it.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Does that mean what I think it does?
Yeah, we've got to help him.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, no, like, obviously a lot of IPs have left languished and rotting on the vine for years. Like, let's look at Capcom for a second. Screw Mega Man. Do you have any idea how many IPs Capcom owns and is just squatting on? Good IPs with good games to their name. And they just sit on it, doing nothing for decades.
Watch it, would ya?
I was just trying to help.
What?
The Atlawa and Kane need no help.
Oh, just about to spring into action, huh?
Forget
What?
this guy, Spyro. Come on.
What did they want with you, anyway?
It's none of your business. Now move. I've got a tribe to save.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm just gonna let that go. Whatever. Anyways, yeah, no, the point of walking away is that you're good. And, okay, I just got knocked off into a pit.
It's okay. We can try again.
I should probably mention when I say walk away from, obviously, old titles are still there. Like, let's say Mega Man does get butchered or whatever. Final Fight is dead and gone. Dino Crisis is dead and gone. Civilization is a corpse. Warcraft gets destroyed. Final Fantasy is wrecked. Whatever, right? The old games are still there. I can still enjoy the old games as much as I ever wanted to. Speaking of which, I didn't answer. Speaking of franchises I love being destroyed. It was mostly in person, actually, Sean. Although occasionally, yeah, I'd see that on forums, especially the BioWare forums, if you remember those. So I'm a little turned around now. So I came up here, rescued this guy by falling into a pit, like you do. Yeah, you know what? Elder Scrolls 6 is probably gonna suck. And I'm not a big fan of Skyrim. But you know what? I still love Oblivion. Okay, I think it wants me to backtrack, so we're going to go and backtrack, because I don't see where else to go here. Morphin Grass. Mighty Morphin Grass and Rangers. Yeah, that's another thing. Am I really a Mass Effect fan if the only Mass Effect game I really liked was 2? Am I really a Dragon Age fan? Can I even call myself an Assassin's Creed fan? Etc. I do like the setting. That's one of the things I liked about 1. Come on, do the ground pound. Yeah, why do you want me to go to fire, Ro? Here, fine. I'm now fire. Just for you. There. There, just for you. Just for you. I mean, the only Dragon Age game I'll ever replay is the original. And even then, it's not the whole thing. So... Dick move, game. Yeah, I do think we get a little bit too tied up in fandoms because... Well, I've actually talked about this a lot. Because of identity. A lot of people don't have something to anchor their identity to. So they don't. They pick something. And that thing becomes the thing that is them. So, you know, I am a blank fan is something that people will use instead of having an identity. For lack of a nicer way to phrase that. To my knowledge, it has no impact, Lord Raremont. Don't quote me on that, but to my knowledge, it shouldn't have any impact. Not on an individual, because an individual has intelligence, sentience, and sapience. The only things that are really affected by a large amount of ambient magic, or lack thereof, is less sentient stuff. Draenor being an excellent example. We do not, Omega Legion. I mean, yeah, I guess we could backtrack again. Yeah, exactly. Too much... Oh, maybe this is the right way. Oh my god, Giga, you're a genius! Yeah, so far this is proving to be worse than the ice level, and I wasn't a big fan of the ice level. I wonder if Sparks will look worse or better in the next game. I don't know, by the way. I haven't looked at anything at all in the next few games. Can't believe they were going to make a frickin' movie. Like, I'm... Like, what is that route? What is the through line there? Yeah, I was looking up the companies who made these games. So we've got the company who made these first two. They're mostly known as a support studio and haven't done anything of real note ever. Then there's the studio who made the third game. They went bankrupt. Yeah, I decided to be fair and really think about it, Omega Legion, and part and parceled out my issues with it. Am I enjoying this game more than Kakarot? Yes. Oh my god, the grass is growing! Oh my god, that's it! Spyro's a dragon, and so life just naturally springs up around him. That's what it is. Exactly, Chill Pangolin. See, I mentioned that earlier. Mook even was like, Laura, you're dumb and stupid and I hate you when I mentioned this. Because... for me personally, you know, obviously the review's the review. The review is kind of disconnected from my own personal opinion and my own enjoyment of streaming the game. But from a player perspective, I'd rather play an awful game that I can just enjoy bashing versus an awful game that's unpleasant to play versus an inconsistent game that's unpleasant to play. DBZ was an inconsistent game that was unpleasant to play. Like, seriously, it sucked playing that game. Just the minute-to-minute combat and the extraordinarily boring boss design and enemy design and flying around doing just the most banal side quests over and over and over. Yeah, Veilguard was a lot easier to push through. You know why? Because it was fun to play pretty consistently. So this is the most Red Room we've seen. So, a little bit of history. The Red Room concept goes back quite a ways. To my knowledge, it goes back to Renegade, I believe, is the first game to use the Red Room concept. In Renegade, which is arguably the world's first beat-em-up game, you would defeat all the enemies on the screen, and then it would enable you to progress, and then you defeat all the enemies on the screen. You've probably never heard of Renegade, no judgment, because Renegade was immediately overshadowed by its spiritual successor made by the same dude, Double Dragon. So, the concept kept being popularized for years, but the reason we call it the Red Room concept is because one of the most well-known and one of the most common visuals of this kind of thing is a red barrier. Hence the term, the Red Room. Devil May Cry, for example, consistently uses red barriers. There's several others that do this. Well, God of War likes to use red rooms as well. So there's a barrier. Kingdom Hearts even does this, if you're familiar with it. So there's a barrier. You have to kill all the enemies to progress. Sometimes it's a little more metaphorical. We've actually seen that in this very game, where there's like a hole in the wall, or like an enemy bombs something, and that'll enable you to progress. But sometimes there really is just straight up a barrier, an energy shield preventing you from progressing until you kill all the things in the room. Zelda kind of does this. Because a lot of Zelda games have a thing where defeating all the enemies in a room does something. And often that something helps you solve the puzzle of the room. That does technically fulfill the requirements of a red room. It just feels like a little bit of a technically. Since, yeah, at that point, it's almost always step 1 rather than step final. That's why I say it's not quite a red room. Because the whole point of a red room is defeat enemies to progress, not defeat enemies to unlock the puzzle. But I get your point, and I'm not arguing it. Listen, the Blight's doing its own thing now, Mega Legion. I'm kidding. Listen, these guys, they're having a time, Rama. They're having fun. Listen to that guy. He's so happy. Rawr! Rawr! Why do they keep running away from me when I let them on fire? Don't quote that out of context. So what's my take on the Red Room? I don't know. It's such a common feature of the beat-em-up that I'm not sure I can even think of a beat-em-up that doesn't employ it. Why? I think if I was to make a beat-em-up that didn't have red rooms, I would allow the player to keep going, right? So they're not barred from progression, but nothing would de-aggro. Now, I don't mean that as like a negative thing. What I mean is I would design it in a way so that it's a matter of player choice, right? In other words, you kind of decide how many enemies you want to be dealing with at a time. If you want to drag, if you want to wall-to-wall, to use the FF14 terminology, all the way up to the boss, and fight the boss with every enemy in the stage, I would let you. Oh, it would, Giga. It would. Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. See, one of the other features of a beat-em-up, it's one of the more understated features of a beat-em-up, is there has to be some kind of interaction with the world that isn't just punching enemies. I know that sounds like a strange thing, but you know what I mean, right? Again, going all the way back to the beginning, Double Dragon, there's knives on the ground, right? There's crates you can pick up. You can throw enemies into walls, and they'll bounce in the walls. There's pits. Even in Double Dragon 1, if you do a knockback attack against someone and they fall into a pit, they're gone. There needs to be terrain interaction. The reason I bring that up, first of all, this doesn't have that. But second, God of War has that. But second of all, I would probably think about it and do something with terrain to, shall we say, naturally incline the players to think this is a good time to stop and kill things. You know, Giga, it's okay to admit you have a problem. We're all human. Well, you're all human. And there's nothing wrong with that. We don't judge you for being human. We're worried about you, Giga. Look, I did a platforming section and got gems for it. Isn't that so rewarding that those gems do absolutely nothing? That's true, but Devil May Cry is also a beat-em-up, so... I know I've gotten a couple of hackles for that over the years, but I don't care. Some people call the spectacle 'em up its own genre, but if anything, the spectacle 'em up is just a subgenre of the beat 'em up. Like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Revengeance. I get it, and it is distinct enough, but it's enough. There's enough beat 'em up coding in there that I don't really feel bad putting them all in the beat 'em up category. You know what I mean?
We're going to have to use the water wheels to move ahead.
By contrast, there's the recent God of Wars.
Oh, it's never easy.
The recent God of Wars are more generic. Oh my god. Oh my god, Mr. Red. Look at the wheat. Oh my god, it's hideous. It's so okay. The reason I'm calling this attention to this specifically is Mr. Red made a specific comment. He's like, you know, I haven't noticed that extremely weird level of detail thing since the mushroom level. Maybe we should get rid of the negative. And I did specifically make a note, either mentally or on the page, I forget which, to think, well, maybe I will get rid of that negative if it was just the swamp level. But, well... Yeah, I don't think there's any artistic choices here. Because, whoever said it earlier, I forget who, forgive me, I'm falling behind on chat. You know how... So the whole Red Room concept actually existed because of hardware limitations. That is the point and purpose of that. You don't want X number of enemies on the screen at a time, so encounters were set based on location, and you cannot progress a location until you've cleared all encounters. There you go. Now you only have X number of active objects at a time. Cool. Rendering problem fixed. The reason I bring that up is I think it's a similar problem here. I don't think this is an artistic choice. I think this is just how the game is being rendered. Still sucks, but... Yeah, 2006. When did the PS3 come out, actually? Could someone look that up for me, please? ...2006. Okay. So, yeah. This is late. I mean, I knew this was late PS2. I actually decided to challenge myself, because... I have a pretty bad memory of most PS2 games. I've always admitted I'm the outlier there. Everyone says the PS2 is the best system ever made, and it's, you know, it's awesome and amazing and wonderful, and it cured cancer and gave them a blowjob. But even the women. But I've always looked at the PS2 as like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's fine, I guess. So when I look at these terrible, terrible graphics in this game, my knee-jerk thought is quite literally, yeah, it looks like a PS2 game. And I mean that as an insult. But then I decided to look up some other PS2 games. And I decided to not be mean. I decided to not look up PS2 games that I knew looked good. I looked up PS2 games that came out 4 years before this. PS2 games that came out 4 years before this looked a lot better. Well, speaking of, Devil May Cry 1, God of War 1, Final Fantasy X, Ratchet and Clank 1. Yep, Grand Theft Auto, I think I actually specifically looked up Vice City. Although, frankly, I think 3 looks better than this, too. Oh yeah, Gran Turismo 3 and 4. Hell, I'm just gonna say it. Spyro 1 looks better than this. No, not the Reignited. That, of course, looks better. No. The PS1 title. And I have seen it, before you ask. What, the one where he beat the game in 50 seconds? And it was so bad, I actually thought the video was lagging out until I realized what was going on. Hi, D20. Yeah, no, exactly, Rama. I've said this so many times. The reason... You weren't choking at me, Legion. The reason I tend to think of the PS2 as a bad graphics era is because a lot of developers started leaning more on textures, but the textures weren't quite good yet. You know what I mean? I've talked about this concept before. A lot of PS1 and N64 games either couldn't really do textures or could only do very specific textures, whatever. So they had to lean on colors. They had to lean on color design, and they had to lean on the mesh. So big, obvious polygons and well-designed color made for some fairly visually distinct games. Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Mario 64, etc., right? Those games, you could see what you're looking at, you can tell what it is, it's distinct, it's nice to look at, and it's memorable, just bam. Then we hit that era, and the GameCube was guilty of this as well. The GameCube, the PS2, and the Xbox. And all of a sudden, oh my god, we can have such bigger textures, let's have textures. And this is obviously is not universally true, because there are good-looking PS2 games, and there's good-looking GameCube games. But there was this trend towards developers using textures as a shortcut. Right? So instead of leaning on, the visual design elements they had started practicing when they were more limited, they started using tools that meant they didn't have to do as much visual design. It's also one of the reasons I still, to this day, think several SNES games look better than PS3, some PS3 games, is because they were so limited in what they could do that the really good people sat down and really thought about what they could do with such limitations, right? Limitation, creativity, blah, blah, blah. You get it. Dreamcast is PS1, I think, isn't it? I'm not actually sure on that, don't quote me. Actually, it is pretty much the definitive reason why the brown era of gaming existed. So, there were actually two contributors to why the brown era of gaming is a thing. The first is graphics, which I'll expound upon in just a second. But the second is it was the second darkier, edgier age of gaming. Hopefully the last. I think we're kind of done with that now. I think we just can accept that games are games now, and we're there. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. But for those of you who don't remember, there was a darkier, edgier era, which was actually early 90s, where everything had to be about toot and gritty and gross. Blood was becoming a big thing. Booger Man, stuff like that, right? What's this asshole's name so I can give him a negative later?
Kane! in!
Thank you.
Yeah, I know the guy's an ingrate, but you gotta do something, and fast.
Did we just manifest ice powers out of nowhere for no reason?
Weirder and weirder by the second.
Okay, this is just our life now. We just have okay. Anyways, so we had that edgy period. But then, you know, there was this kind of resurgence of just games being games for a while, and, you know, that was a lot of the late SNES, late Genesis, early PS1, early N64 stuff. Wow, he's hurt. But then, we had to have our second edgy phase. And this very game is one of those. Jak 2 would qualify for the same concept. Come on. Oh god, I don't remember. There's actually a fairly large list of games that went through this darker, edgier reboot. Oh yeah, Prince of Persia had Dark Warrior within, or whatever it was called. I don't know if Jak 2 is a good game or not, but that's not relevant. We're not talking about quality. DMC, yeah, you get it. It was the darkier, edgier, grittier, rebootier thing, right? And so that was right about here, actually, 2006. So that's one of the reasons for the Brown era. Why? Because Brown is dark and gritty and realistic. It's for adults because adults play video games now. For the first time in 2006, adults now play video games. And therefore, we have to have adult graphics. And adult graphics means no bright, shiny colors, because that's gross and for kids. Only children like color usage. So that's the first reason for the Brown era of gaming. The second reason is more technically complicated and something that one of these days I'm just going to memorize. But the bottom line was we had started inventing methods of rendering 3D graphics. And those methods enabled us to do things like have bloom and blur and motion grain and like shadows and just other aspects of 3D graphical rendering that wasn't really possible before. So, people were like, "Whoa, look at all these new tools. Let's use them way too much and really badly." And thus, we have the Brown era of gaming. So yeah, Ice Breath is really bad. Like, Electric Breath hasn't exactly been impressing me, but Ice Breath seems actually terrible. Yeah, I was just thinking, Fire Breath didn't touch them, and Electric didn't do anything, and they're near immune to physical attacks. And Ice Breath takes forever to stun them, and then even then it breaks out of them. So what the hell am I supposed to do against these guys? And apparently the answer is Earth. Would I excuse them on trying new stuff and failing? No. Because here's the thing. The problem isn't trying... Oh my god. Okay, that's actually funny. The problem isn't really the trying something new. Not really. The problem is not designing it. Okay. I don't have a way to make an analogy work here. So I'm just going to say it straight. They had aspects of graphical design. They had invented aspects of graphical design. We knew about things such as color distinction, outlining, rendering radius. We knew about all kinds of things to make games look good and look playable. And the problem was they threw that out the window while trying the new stuff. If they had tried the new tech while continuing to use aspects of design, I wouldn't have any issues with it. Like, it's like getting a new frying pan and being like, oh, well, I guess I don't need this anymore, and then they're throwing your recipe book out the window. Because you have a new frying pan. I mean, no, exactly, Plutoni. It's kind of the laziness involved that bothers me so much. The laziness inherent. It was, well, we could bother. Or, hang on, we could not. Just saying, we could not even try. Out of curiosity, Pumpernickel, are they ever going to explain who or what these monkeys are in any of these games? There's our red room. Well, I was hoping for something slightly more than they are monkeys. If I couldn't skip enemies, these stages would be getting much more negatives, Giga. Let's put it that way. You just yawned after it killed me.
Look out, world!
He straight up yawned. The disrespect. Shit. Once we beat this stage, I believe we'll be at the halfway point. I will say this. This is the first stage whose graphics are bad. That's a step up from the previous stages, if it's not obvious. What's a cinder? Sorry, little one.
You again? Why don't you get out of here and leave me in peace? I'm the boss here, nobody else.
Boss of what?
Shh! You're all alone?
Only until I kick these bums out. Which reminds me, I can't stand here chatting with purple dragons and mosquitoes.
Hey, whoa, who you calling a mosquito?
Besides, it's not safe for you here.
Oh, concerned about our welfare now?
No need. We can take care of ourselves. Anyway, we need to get to the shrine.
You'll never make it.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. This game is breaking my brain so hard, I just realized I forgot to tell you a story. Yeah, let's get some real music going, just for a second. So once upon a time, I was like, hey, friend of mine who's not really a big video game player. And they're like, friend of mine who is a big video game player. What's up? And I was like, could you do me a favor? I need the perspective of someone who is not a primary gamer. What do you mean? 10-minute discussion what that means. Okay, sure. Cool. So I had them sit down, and it took me very little time to get right back to the first tutorial, right? So they go up to the tutorial, and they're like, all right. And I'm like, oh, go ahead and play this. I'm like, yeah, sure. So the first thing it does is it pops up and says, you can use the fire breath. And they're like, I've been using the fire breath since like the first thing out of their mouth was, I've been using the fire breath since the second encounter. I was like, yeah, I know. And they just rolled their eyes like, okay, whatever. I can see why you didn't like... No, if it was Sis, I would have said so. Unfortunately, I made the mistake. I wanted to do this with Sis, but I made the mistake of pretty much flat out telling her about how bad this was. Anyways, so they rolled their eyes and said, yeah, dumb tutorial, sure, whatever. Okay. Then they got to the chase the people down section. As a reminder, that's the second objective of the tutorial. And gave up. And the reason I'm telling you this story is because afterwards they came to me and was like, God, I'm so sorry. You're right. This tutorial is so much worse than I thought. Because I admittedly told them in advance. I was like, yeah, this is one of the worst tutorials I've ever seen. And I want the perspective of someone who isn't a gamer, someone who doesn't have decades of experience with this kind of thing, right? And they were like, sure. So they stalled at the second checkpoint and said, yeah, this is terrible. No wonder. And I started laughing. And they're like, what? And I'm like, hang on. And I pulled up my own footage because I didn't want to do it again and showed them how much further past that it went. And they're just sitting there gobsmacked. Like, what? How is this still going? Why did it tutorialize you doing a combo attack and then doing a slight variance on the same combo attack 3 times in a row? How is this? What? Oh, God damn it. Yeah, so you've never played a video game. You know what's really funny? One of the things I've praised the core Nintendo devs for decades, again, is that a lot of their in-game tutorials are designed with exactly that mindset. You've never played a video game before, of any kind. So here, we'll help you out. And there's a lot of incredibly good design that goes into, you know, your 1-1s in Mario games, or your initial sections of a Zelda, or whatever. You know, there's lots of examples of this across their core titles. There's a reason why I consider the plateau of Breath of the Wild to be one of the best game tutorials ever made. You know, no, exactly, Pillars no, because they understand something that a lot of game devs don't seem to understand. There's any given game of theirs could be the first game that you've ever played, right? They don't automatically assume that you've been playing games since the 80s. And I mention that because a lot of people fall into this weird, a lot of devs, excuse me, fall into this weird thing where they sort of automatically assume that, you know, everyone's already on board, everyone's already on the train. For lack of a better way to put that. Legend of Goku, Mega Man Battle Network, and Dual Hearts. Thank you very much, Blue Dragon EXE. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. New players are born every day, for lack of a better way to put that. Anyways, I promised you music. So we're in the woods, right? I actually have a jungle playlist. It's mostly Donkey Kong music. Why would I, Omega Legion? What possible world? Okay, let's talk about that for a second. So, if the actual act of doing this, you have to hold down attack on someone, then jump, and then you have to do R on them. Okay, not a big deal. And that launches them in a direction you cannot aim. That's important. So, in a game that's good, like Devil May Cry, or God of War, or, you know, fricking Double Dragon, or River City Ransom, or whatever, I could see that being useful. Fling. Oh my gosh, right? But how many encounters are there in this game where that would actually do anything? Because most of the time the enemies are either too spread out to actually make that worthwhile, or have too many big guys who aren't affected by that to make that not possible. But yeah, no, you gotta learn this move. This is the secret technique of the dragons, okay? It's called launching someone in the air and then throwing them at someone. And I know it sounds badass, but trust me. Oh my god. Okay, I need to give some negatives. Sorry, give me a second here. PlayStation 2 Triaxia. Good morning, Bregman. Oh, it's so much fun. I can just bring out the baseball bat and just be like, you know, go to hell. And just, no, it's just, I feel bad. I feed off of the negativity. I wish I wasn't this tired so I could be more animated about how much I'm enjoying bashing this terrible game. I do apologize for being this tired. I barely slept last night. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. My nose is clogged and my mouth is dry, so I can't breathe. It's very frustrating. Yes, I apologize for being sick. I'm really tired of it. That's a good question. Good idea, Trax. Let's do it. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. That should be on the jungle playlist. Sure, whatever. Oh my god. No, that's it. That makes so much sense. You remember how in, I think it was Spyro 2, actually, the ending had us going to the beach and chilling? Well, while Spyro was there, being the edgy teenager he is, someone offered him hashish. And he had to be cool. And this is the result. The drug trip that he has on the beach at the end of the original Spyro games is what we're playing right now. This is his nightmare. God, how do you spell Ignatius' name? Yeah. Spyro rehashed. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Ignitus. Ignitus. Oh yeah. They were like, hey, you want to party? Cool kids want to party. And he's like, I want to party. Why is this place called Tall Plains? Why is this jungly, ruined area called Tall Plains? Whatever. What did I do, game? What did I do to you? Ignore the 50-some-odd negatives. There's trees everywhere, aren't there? Am I stupid? There's a tree right there. There's a tree on the screen. There's a big old jungly leaf on the left, and another tree over there. We're in a jungle. We're in a jungle. It's just a boring jungle. The people who made this game had never heard of a plane before. I'm on so many drugs right now. I'm just like... The watery desert. And it's a snowy area. Yeah, if I wanted to do drugs, I'd play Mario Wonder. Or Majora's Mask. Oh my god. Ross, I need you to do me a favor, okay? I need you to look me in the eye and tell me you will never fund a game that is as bad as this one. From now on. Like, henceforth. Obviously, this is not retroactive. Okay, enough good music. Let's get out of this. Mr. Red, I don't know if you know games better than this. This is it. This is the peak. You may not like it, but this is peak game design. Right here. Look at this. Look at that. Peak. Absolute cinema. And yes, sorry, that was actually the joke. The joke is a watery desert is arguably a snowy area. Okay, this isn't apparently doing anything. I thought I was all clever. But it turns out I was a moron. You know the worst part about this being Kitty God of War? It's trying so hard to be more for an adult audience. Oh yeah, no, this is great, Ross. This is great. I want to die. I want to die. Listen, this ain't your baby's Spyro, okay? This ain't the Spyro you play when you're a tiny little thumb-sucking gutter trash. Or, I mean, sorry. Okay. Going down. Hey, look, one of these days we'll play Ratchet & Clank 3, and I will finally get to experience a Ratchet & Clank game that had a writer. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure it'll be a unique experience. That sounds a bit like a dig, and it kind of is. But I am endlessly amused that they literally didn't have a writer. For 2 games. What's really funny, we played 2 separate games last year that did not have writers. No, that's not true. We played 3, didn't we? Huh. No, not Starfield. Starfield had writers, which is sort of the sad part, really. Ratchet & Clank 1, Ratchet & Clank 2, and Warcraft 1. None of those games had any kind of writing. Or writers, excuse me. They had people who did writing. But, like, that was it. Oh, of course! I mean, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, God. And there's... Okay. Okay, so I can see my future. And my future is shaped like the German flag for some reason. That's not true, Rama. There was that one FIFA game that actually had a campaign mode, which was actually kind of cool. And I know what you're thinking. Why the German flag? Do me a favor. use the emote for a gameplay negative, or just a negative right now in chat. There you go. Yeah, for the record, that's very unintentional. It actually looks a lot less like the German flag if you expand it. But the first time I added the negative, the negative emote, people are like, "Why is the German flag called negative?" And I'm like, "What? What are you talking about, man?" Oh, and I kept it because it was funny. Oh my god, the grass is sickening. It's actually sickening. Just look at it. Just look at it. Oh god. All right. I'm okay. I'm okay. I can do this. This is actually really easy. Yeah, the positive emote is just Switzerland. That's just... Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought already. This is a joke. This is easy. Oh yeah, no, if this game had an evil route, it would just show, like, the ending, I can tell you what it would be right now. The ending slide, what the hell is with these physics? The ending slide would be a single shot of, like, one small room with 3 fire particle effects going on in the corner. And a text overlay with a very bored-sounding Gary Oldman reciting over it. And so Spyro finally decided to give in to his more evil nature. Unfortunately, no one could stop the prophetic legendary hero of destiny. And so I'm afraid the world burned underneath his tyrannical rule. From this day forth, there will be no more legends of Spyro. And then Spyro looks at the camera, pulls out a Glock, and misses an extremely basic jump, somehow. Oh god, no, Omega Legion, I take it back, I take it back. I'll go with the good ending, please. Don't make me do that tutorial again, please.
The Shrine God has not been appeased since Cinder's forces came. He is not happy.
So is anybody fun around here?
You can't
No.
possibly face the god of the shrine alone.
Not all of us are loners, Kane. I'm not going alone. Well, maybe someday you'll learn that 2 heads are better than 1.
Okay,
Even if they are pinheads.
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry. Why? Why has Spyro been spouting idioms this entire chapter? Why is he doing that? This is sudden. He wasn't doing this before now. And he's just sort of decided to be like, you know, 1 chick in the hand is worth more than 2 in the... of course, I can't think of any all of a sudden. Yeah, Sparks is Spyro's brother. Obviously, I'm gonna give a negative to sound design while we're here. Wait, Kane is our brother? Kane! And Kane stabs us in the back. Kane lives! Kane looks down at us as we're falling away, blood splattering through the air. Word to the wise, Spyro. You can't kill the Messiah. There's a what, Mr. Red? Okay, we're just... Okay. Wait, nope, I wanted to get one more negative. Wait, gotta get more negatives. Did I already? I did not. Oh my god, you're right. We are the destined prophesized child to save us from the Antichrist, who's a woman. And we arrived in the river as a baby. Okay. We had to, Ross. We had to. I needed to know. Yeah, no, we've got the 4 dragons, or the 4 fathers. This is, it's there, it's lining up. This is the apocalypse. It makes so much sense. This is the apocalypse. You mean like fictionally? No, I mean this is going to end the universe in real life when I finish this game. All right. Sorry, I'm double checking something really quick. Here we go. Okay, we got this. Someone read the Bible and was like, aha! No. Someone read, like, the Cliff Note. Someone went to ChatGPT and said, summarize the Bible for me in 2 sentences. And then they made a game based on that.
I'm not sure I like the looks of this thing.
No, now you tell me.
Oh, things are getting intense now. I have to know. I was hoping that I could just put the controller down for a few minutes and the checkpoint was on the ship. And it would just, because it starts moving, right? As soon as you take off, as soon as you land on it, it starts moving. Yeah, I just let myself die over and over while the ship is getting to its destination. It's like, yep, it's cool. Man, I sure hope this isn't another negative to gameplay. Which, could you imagine giving this game another negative to gameplay? In your wildest dreams! Mr. Red used to like to ask a question, which I noticed he stopped, which I appreciate, by the way, Mr. Red. Where he would say, alright, what if this extremely terrible game is suddenly one of the best games ever made? And it's one of those interesting things. If I could derail for a second. Because there's a tremendous value in the words, what if, right? An enormous amount of fiction begins with the phrase, what if, right? The thing is, most what-if scenarios are nonsense. Kind of by design? Yeah. Like, there's no validity there. Yeah, what if this game was amazing? Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It never was going to be, apparently. What if... So, the reason this came to mind is like, what if the rest of this game is magically incredible? It's not going to be. What if we never give another negative to this game? It doesn't change anything. But you get the idea. Like, for example, what if Hitler didn't invade Russia? Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Anybody who knows anything about history knows that was never on the cards. Hitler personally hated communists so much, and so much of his regime had been built around ostracizing and vilifying communists in general, and the socialist parties of the USSR in particular, that it was impossible for him to not invade Russia. It was not going to happen. Right? So most what-if scenarios are fantastical. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's worth noting. Because, you know, at that, once you have the premise in mind, you can go ahead and start working from there and maybe come up with some cool, interesting story, like The Man in the High Castle. Because let's be clear, The Man in the High Castle is total bullcrap. There is no way in hell, right? So you can come up with some cool stuff in that. You can lead to some interesting things, and you get it. But when it comes to actually discussing, what-if questions tend to be sort of worthless, which is why I'm glad Mr. Red stopped asking them. Because, like, oh no.
I think I have the strength to go on.
Oh, I didn't even see what killed me. I just got murdered there. I just got murdered. Wow, okay. So from a discussion point, there's not much worth discussing there, because it's like, what if this game is magically incredibly good from this point onward? But it's not. And it won't be. It's not gonna happen, so there's nothing to discuss. What ifs can be good, it's called a conceit. That's the literary term for it. A conceit is, this is what we accept for this fictional setting to exist. Okay, now that we've accepted that, we move on from this as the baseline, okay? Again, Man in the High Castle is a perfect example. Okay, we accept this insane, ridiculous conceit that would never happen. Okay, the conceit is now established. That's our new baseline. And then we move on and design the story from there. Okay, cool. But the question of, oh my God, what would we do if the Nazis conquered America is just, we wouldn't do anything because it wouldn't happen. Yeah, exactly. Suspension of disbelief is its own thing. Anyway, sorry. So getting back to the game in question, what if the rest of this game is good? It's not. It won't be. We all know this in our heart of hearts. Somewhere deep down, we understand this game is trash. And we know it's going to keep being trash. And we know that's not changing. So, how would we make this game good? Now, I've actually been thinking about that. The problem is, there are so many problems in the way of this being a good game. I found myself thinking about that yesterday, too. Because I could name several beat-em-ups, which we're going to be covering as part of a beat-em-up block, which don't exactly have a lot of complexity or design to them. They have more than this, but it's not like they're just knocking it out of the park. Like, not every beat-em-up is Devil May Cry, right? So how do we make this a good beat-em-up? I mean, the answer is essentially just make it a good beat-em-up. And at that point, I was like, well, okay. So that would involve changing the control scheme. It would involve changing some of how the core combat works. I would change a lot of the enemy design. I would change the stun locking thing. I would change how the breath weapon works entirely, like as in completely throw it out and rework it. I would add more terrain interaction. We had talked about that already. It's a pretty easy thing to point to. We would fire David Spade, tell him to go get sober. Yeah, the screen shake per hit is very unnecessary. I also think enemies have slightly too much health. I could probably even put a number on that. I think enemies have probably about 20% too much health. Every enemy, like just every enemy in the game. Honest answer, I knew what we were in for pretty much the moment we started the game. Like, that did so little damage. That did so little damage. Yeah, Ignitus started monologuing in the intro, and I was like, okay, that's a bad sign. And then we had that initial tutorial, and the terrible, terrible graphics, and terrible animation, terrible voice acting. And the moment I saw all of that, I was like, oh no. And I knew in that moment what we were in for. I can't get the camera to move. Oh my god. Get me out of here, Mr. Wizard.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, no, I know, Mr. Ed. I'm aware. Honestly, at this point, Colgrim, no, we got the whole worlds coming up. We got Jedi Fallen. It'll be fine. They'll review fine. Well, you see, the original Spyro was a PS1 game, Blade to Fall. So they had to make the jams look worse so that you felt like you're getting, your value out of the PS2 you bought. Yeah, Homeworld 3, by the way, will be yet another contestant. I literally got stunlocked to death. Homeworld 3 will be another contestant for worst game of the year, by the way. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I almost didn't include Homeworld 3 on the list because I am dreading playing it because it's garbage. Oh yeah, then we got FF11 I think is going to be, I shouldn't say this because I'm going to curse myself if I say this, but I think FF11 will be a game whose gameplay score is, shall we say, the opposite of Veilguard's. But I think it will have at least enough of a decent story to not make me want to hate myself. Yeah, we might see a new record with gameplay on FF11, unironically. That's an interesting point. We don't have to play the homeworlds in order. 2 has nothing to do with anything, and neither does 3. That's not a bad idea. Three and 2 are both after time skips. But again, 2 has nothing to do with 1. And 3 has nothing to do with anything. So yeah, honestly, maybe I should rejigger that order. Let's do that. Let's do 2 first. Get that trash out of the way. Then let's do 3 and understand how trash is the beginning of bad, not the end. Then we'll do 1, Deserts, and Cataclysm. I was thinking about doing it chronologically. I decided not to, though. For anybody who... it's the Lufia thing. Lufia 2 is better played after Lufia 1. And it's because the context of Lufia 1 adds to Lufia 2. Whereas the other way doesn't mean anything. So for anybody not familiar with the Homeworld series, watching Karak isn't going to mean anything. Unless you're already familiar with 1. Because Karak is actually a sequel to 1. I know Karak occurs before the first game, but it adds context to it, like a good sequel should. So I think it's actually better to play 1 than to play Karak.
I have to admit, you've done better than I thought possible.
Ah, saying that had to hurt.
More than you can imagine. There are some things you should know about the shrine before you enter.
Oh, is that Ember? Or Cinder? Whatever her stupid name is.
And I think we're done here.
Not before we rescue Cyril.
Is that it?
Atlawa shrine has been
Is that it?
and the god of the shrine has not been given tribute since Cinder's forces arrived. But if you can subdue his anger, the balance will be returned, and my people can come home.
That's fine, but I came to free Cyril.
You must go through the god of the shrine to free him.
Knew you were gonna say that.
Okay. So the God of the Shrine. Anybody who doesn't know the answer, what do you think this is? I don't know either. So the first boss was a giant lightning... Wow. Ice undead. So like a normal undead mob, but he was icy. Okay. So I'm thinking since we've been fighting these stupid... So we've been fighting the monkeys and the armadillos. Oh, and the golem thing. So it's probably one of those, but bigger than normal. And I don't know what element it would have, but it's probably one of the elements like the last guy was. So I'm thinking it's not going to be a monkey. So it's either going to be, I think it's going to be the armadillo thing. Remastered for both act. Way, way, way easier to stream and play. There are some detriments to doing so, but I'll take those in exchange for not hating myself. Or it's the golem.
Be careful. Remember last time.
I know, but Cinder left and I don't see any Ice Kings hanging around this place.
I told you, it's one of the enemies of the area, but bigger.
When will I learn? When things look good, run for the hills.
Could you suck slightly less? No, Omega Legion. I don't care that much. No, I'm playing FF11 because I've always wanted to actually see the story of that game. I've tried to play FF11 for many years, and because several people have spent several thousands of dollars to convince me to play it. Oh, and I should mention that I'm undercharging them for that, too. This is an amazing boss. I love this boss. Yeah, imagine playing a beat 'em up with no ability to, like, not take damage other than walking. Yeah, we'll do 1 Karak and then Kata. Kata's another sequel to 1. Just different direction. Okay, so there's this really weird thing with the ice breath I'm noticing. It seems to, like, roam around randomly without me doing any input. Like, I'm not doing anything. It's just like, ice everywhere. So, like, the reason that's relevant is he has a surprisingly small hitbox for being a giant golem. So occasionally, I just don't do damage to him. Because my ice beam is just all over the place. Like I'm spitting on him or something. Oh wow, no transition, just here's a new health bar. That wow, this is we are gaming. Yeah, like if this was a good game, like the fireball could maybe be a cone attack, I think. Short range, it would be a shotgun. Short range, but you know, nice big spread. So the close range AoE kind of a thing. And then, you know, lightning would be the site-specific thing. It targets one specific thing, homes in on them, and hits that one target. And then you'd have, you know, the ice beam, and that would be your spread fire. Just hits randomly, but in a huge spray around you. And I don't know what I'd do for Earth, because apparently Earth is the actual shotgun. Whatever. I'm not sure what to do about this guy. I guess we could just really, really stick and move. Let's really, really stick and move. I think that's actually the solution. You know, my favorite thing is the camera has collision, which is a very common problem with PS2 games. And so, if you ever wonder why the camera just keeps staring at the wall while I'm doing this, it's because I don't want to do that, but the camera is locked onto the wall. I almost got hit there. I can't even see the guy because the camera is doing this thing. Look at this crap. Of course he has a third health bar. Why wouldn't he? Do you not know the game you're playing, sir? Sir, this is Legend of Spyro. Did you think you were done? At any point in time, this is so crap. At any point in time you think you're done, there's always something more. You remember how in Dragon Age 2, I came up with an entire term called Dragon Age 2 Syndrome? Because the combat is this endless array of endlessly respawning enemies that seemingly never stop. But if you're familiar with Dragon Age 2, you remember that there's a critical component to Dragon Age 2 Syndrome, and that is, the combat's actually good in that game. It's just there's so much of it, it becomes boring. That's Dragon Age 2 Syndrome. Now imagine if the combat's terrible. Just picture it. Picture it. Picture Dragon Age 2, but the combat's terrible.
You have subdued the god of the shrine, restored balance to seasons, the land, our world. The Atlawas want to worship you now.
Worship? Okay, now that's what I'm talking about. I've never gotten the respect I deserve, the praise that should be mine.
That's very nice, Kane, but we have to get back to our home. Figure out how to stop Cinder for good.
My dear Atlawas, I am the mighty Spark, scourge of the despots.
Yes, old boy, we'd like nothing more than to stay and be a part of your primitive barbaric society, but duty calls, duty calls.
If you must, you must. But know that you're now part of the Atlawa
Okay.
tribe. One of us.
I am the mighty Spot. Whatever.
By the way, you were right.
About what?
Maybe two heads are better than one.
Oh my god.
Belongs to an annoying mosquito.
Mosquito me? Is that what? Oh.
I like how the boss music started up for just 1 second. Just one. Just to remind you that you're still in hell.
Yes, Voltaire, I see that months of tortured captivity have done nothing to slow that electric tongue of yours from incessantly wagging.
It's just that it's all so exciting, exhilarating, enchanting, enthralling, and...
All right, no more thesaurus for you, pal.
All of you, please be quiet. It is certainly encouraging that Spyro has been able to free two of you to allow this reunion. But haven't we forgotten someone?
Yes, of course. Terrador.
Precisely. Now, how do we proceed?
I believe I can help, Igniters. Well, young chap, since you learned a few things about ice on tall plains, I suggest we adjourn to the training room so that I can teach you some more. The legacy of the great ice dragons of yore. My ancestors, who come from the best of this somewhat bedraggled lineage, is long and storied. With my help, rescuing Terrador should be a certainty.
Your pomposity, arrogance, and pretentiousness is odious to the extreme.
Shall we?
He's no. David Spade is giving a haircut to someone else while recording. He's like, yeah, I am the mighty Sparks. Hang on, a little under there. There we go. That's a good point. So, let's explain why this isn't the next Elden Ring. It's because this actually came before Elden Ring. So Time has this concept called linearity, which is kind of helpful because without the linearity of time and the subsequent pull of entropy towards, linear expression, nothing would ever not ill be in, out, on with one. So as a result, we kind of need things to be linear. Besides, we all know Elden Ring just cribbed off this game. If time is cyclical, then it's still linear. It's just doing this. The needle's still moving, for lack of a better way to put it. So I can't actually explain why that's a bad boss. The prophets... Prophets are children. Don't listen to them. The prophets once got fooled by a Ferengi, I'm just saying. Twice. So... It's a fairly basic-ass boss. Oh my god, you're right! This is just... what's the hub area in Elden Ring? That's this. Yeah, he has... So, okay. There is actually something he does. So there's two things about that boss that legitimately suck, that pushes this down. One, the arena is so small and the camera is so aggressively against you, combined with the fact that most of his attacks either severely punish you for being in melee range of him, or have more than enough reach to hit you anywhere, right? You saw how close it was for me to getting hit every single time he did his launch his arm attack at us, right? Yeah, second of all, his attacks do tons of damage, and I don't want to say they're impossible to dodge, but the only one I could consistently dodge was the hand fling. He kept trying to give me a hand. I'm sorry, dumb joke. Gotta make dumb jokes. If you don't make dumb jokes, what's even the point? So, but its close range attacks are stupid. You get up on its face, and it has almost no wind up. So wind up is an important thing. Let me talk about Punch Out for a second, because Punch Out is an extremely freaking good game. So let's play pretend for a second, all right? Let's say there's a boss. Let's pretend I'm the boss here, okay? You can see me, and I'm doing this thing, and I just punch you right in the face. That's arguably bad design. In fact, it's such bad design that if a game did that, like Punch Out, I would give that boss, or possibly the whole game, a negative for that, because that's terrible. It's essentially a gotcha. If the player has no ability to react or deal with something coming, then you have removed any agency from the player. There's no skill at that point. There's either luck, because you're just dodging randomly, hoping, or there's no way to avoid it, period, in which case it's just a health tax. There needs to be a telegraph. So in gameplay animation, that's called the wind-up. If I do this, you can see that I'm about to hit with my right arm, which means you need to either block straight on, or go down, or dodge over here to your left, right? Whoosh. Whoosh. Right? You with me? This sounds like really basic. This is Starfield all over again. This is very basic game design. But the thing with the boss is, while he did this with his punch attack, right? Wound up, and then launched his fist, the stomp attack he does in melee range didn't have that. It had what I estimate, this is off the top of my head, probably about a 6-frame windup, which is insane. So it's just boom, boom, and it just hits you. The player needs to have some kind of indicator that an attack's coming. That's basic game design. Then he has too much health and he does too much damage. But like, those are the two big things. The arena size comprised with the camera issues, comprised with the fact that you are severely penalized for being in melee range. Oh yeah, he can also do that several times in a row. That's true, Damashi. I didn't really demonstrate that, but... You know, that's another interesting point. As much as the Ice King wasn't exactly a good fight, you know one thing the Ice King did? This is actually another common element of good boss design, believe it or not. He had an attack which allows you to recover. He would summon icicles. And if you break the icicles, they drop gems, which refills your health and refills your mana. In the fight we just did, there was a static number of crystals on the edge. That's it. That's your lot. Oh yeah, Pajama Day. It's great. I hope you're right, Omega Legion. I'm typing. I even added a typing emote. To answer your question, a few years ago, over a decade ago now, there was this wonderful composer. I never remembered how to pronounce her last name. Her name was Ariel. And she did an entire album called Frozenth. Frozenith, excuse me. Frozenith, I always pronounce that wrong. She was a great composer from Chile. And she did some really cool mixes. A lot of Mega Man stuff. But she also did, obviously, Lufia, Zelda, you know. her take on Shala's theme is actually my favorite remix of Shala ever. You know, stuff like that. Great stuff. I highly recommend it. Anyways, Frozenith. Here, you know what? I'll just link it if anyone wants to listen to her stuff. I'll pull up a couple of songs to play in a minute here, just for funsies. But anyways, she kind of I haven't heard anything from her in over a year now, and I double checked, and her last video was from over a year ago. So hopefully she's doing all right. I don't know. You know how the internet is. You just kind of lose track of people at certain points in time, and they just fade, and you never know if they're okay or if they're dead. Or if they're playing Spyro.
Spyro, come here.
You know what? Hang on a second. I need to see something. I do. I'm sorry. I need to see something. This'll do. No, I'm doing a small tech test. Very quick. This will not take long. By the way, better looking PS2 game. This game came out in 2001. 5 years earlier. I'm telling you, it's design. Like, those textures kind of look pretty crap if you think about it. They're brown and gray and gluck, but there's still some actual design to them, and it helps that the characters actually have some design to them, too. And, of course, there's, you know, areas in this game that don't look like ruins. Yeah, I prefer the HD version in most respects, but I'm with you on that, Pillars of Snow. Dude, I don't know how Tizanakin couldn't get a song positive. I don't know how that's possible. Oh god, no! My pockets died, no! Alright, so I think I've made my point immediately. Let me double check something. I'm gonna be thorough. Got it. Oh, it would be so bad, Omega Legion. So FF10 finally broke the curse for us. I knew it. I know it. So far, still proving true. Okay. Let's do one more. Let's just be really thorough. I don't know. God damn it. Oh, it would be so awful, Omega Legion. Uh... Hey, Sucker Punch, do you remember that Sly exists? Okay, so several people asked a very relevant and valid question. They asked, maybe that audio popping that keeps happening in the game is an emulator issue. So I thought, you know what, that's a valid point. Let's bounce around, listen to a few other songs from a few other games, and see how they sound. No audio popping at all. That's why I've been trying to get like as much of a variety of games as I can here. I think I can with certainty say it's not the emulator. By the way, best looking PS2 game ever made. Behold. Behold its glory. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? I can't believe I missed that. Oh, we're invincible. Maybe I didn't miss it. You know, I honestly think the game looks better this way. Yeah. This is just... Okay. I suppose at some point I should go back to playing Legend of Spyro. But for real, someone asked me what I consider to be the best looking PS2 game. Now, I've actually put some thought into that. There's probably a Ratchet and Clank game that qualifies, but I haven't played Up Your Arsenal, remember, and that's the last one on the PS. Oh no, sorry, Deadlocked. It was the last one on the PS2. So it's probably one of those two, being completely honest. But of the ones I have played, of course. Come on, game. Do I have a game here? Damn. Well, okay. I want to make this point, though. I actually do. So let's go ahead and pop out of here. Let's go back to this. Audio immediately is popping, by the way. And I know you're like, of course, Final Fantasy game. Well, it's not my fault that FF games used to have good design. But just to really make this point, Because, well, this is your life now. So we're gonna get rid of this. No. We're gonna do one more thing before we go back to hell. Just the one. Oh, also, I'm just gonna say it. This looks better than the game we're playing. I'm not joking. But that's not the point I'm making. So here's what FF10-2 looks like. On the PS2, by the way. And this is what FF12 looks like. This is the PS2 version. I know this isn't really a good shot, but this is FF12 PS2. And yeah, I think it looks good. In fact, I would go so far as to say I think it looks great, especially since almost all of the cutscenes are in engine, and since they actually figured out how to do things like expressions and animations. Well, yeah. Now, it's completely curb stomped by the remaster, but I mean, of course it is. If it wasn't, someone's doing something wrong. Yeah, there's a reason. This is actually, when I was putting together this particular reel, that's actually why I put FF12 right next to itself. I do think this looks good. I do. But this, holy crap. Like, I appreciate the amount of effort they put into some of these, which is funny, because they did that for several. Like, 10-2 looks, the remaster looks pretty good. 10's remaster looks really solid. 9's looks crap. 8's looks like crap. 7's looks like crap. But then, you know, 6... and 5, and 4, and 3, and 2, and 1 all got a hell of an overhaul. And I do appreciate that. Which makes sense, because, you know, if you remember 1's original look, well... Anyways. Alright, I think I can no longer justify faffing about. God damn it. Let's do it.
Certainly fire and electricity are nice sidelights, but now, young dragon, you will learn the secrets of ice.
But wait! No, I've got nothing else. Let's just get this over with.
A power worthy of the elite.
Secret of ice is that it sucks. If you think about it, that would be a hell of a secret. I almost want to make a game that does that now. There's some big, ancient, sealed away power. And it's like, yeah, think about it. Think about this great... And like, there's this big plot arc to go unseal this ancient power. And there was like, aha, now at last. And it sucks. Like, it was always a honeypot, right?
Beginner's luck, I'd say.
Come over here.
No, that simply will not do.
I think I failed that by 1 second.
Over here.
completely blind dragon find success once in a while.
This way, oh Mauve one.
This is my ranged attack? Oh my god, okay. Wow, that's terrible.
Back for more?
Spyro, come here.
Yeah, he's British. He has to be terrible. Oh, wow. So I thought maybe if I just do a weird thing and aim with the camera, this will actually work better. But no, you have to aim with the left stick. So in case you can't understand what that means, I have to constantly be in a state of aiming, then in a state of changing, and then a state of aiming, then a state of changing. So I'm constantly changing where my fingers are placed on the controller.
Come over here.
Why are you forcing me to do this again? Like, here's how you use your ranged attack. Now, use your ranged attack again. Why? Why am I doing this? Why is there a secondary component to this? Which is timed, I feel like I remind you. Because, you know, screw me.
Yes, yes, that's it.
Over here.
Well, at least that's not nearly as bad, thank God. Like, so far, none of them have been even close to as bad as that first one, which was just atrocious. If I lie and say I'm feeling better, Wolverine, will that be acceptable? Actually, yes, Omega Legion.
Well, you have mastered the element of ice, something few can boast.
Okay. So what's our next stage, then? Since we're getting the earth power there, I'm guessing it's in the sky.
So what exactly are you saying, Igniters?
Yes, your hypothesis is an intriguing one, but it is perplexing to the extreme.
Huh?
He says he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dude, I never know what he's saying.
What I'm saying is that Cinder is harnessing the Guardian's power to unlock a portal that must never be opened.
Why? What's behind this portal?
That doesn't concern you right now. What does concern you is getting to Munitions Forge and freeing Terrador before she can create another crystal from his powers.
And before the volcano blows, it's...
That's enough, Voltaire. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time where we need more time to have horrible things happen to us? Why didn't we just stay in tall plains? Oh, I'm a big deal there.
Quit complaining, Sparks. Maybe there's a tribe on Munitions Forge you can save, too.
Yeah, but there's always something special about the first tribe you save. You know?
Is that... Okay. I'm going to let that one go. Alright, wow me game. Sell me.
Munitions Forge is an island dominated by Boisdebig, an unstable volcano that makes life on the surface very dicey. The locals who live underground have been forced to mine the metals that Cinder uses to forge her army's weapons.
What are the locals called?
They're called man-whismals.
Right. I need to write that down.
Rumor has it that Cinder is holding Terador somewhere in the mines. We know she's using him to power the last of the crystals she needs to open the portal. Free him before she gets the chance.
Boy, is it big.
Boy, it's big. But no time for sightseeing, Sparks. Time to get serious. Let's go.
Not again!
So, to be clear, this isn't a complaint. But why was there only one gummy ship level? Like, again, I'm kind of glad, but it's strange. It's like, you learned how to fly! Okay, now we're just gonna do scene transitions.
Here we go.
Oh, hey, look! It's actually a red room. Check it out. Oh, the sound balance is atrocious. Half the sound effects sound muted. And all of the voice acting sounds like it was done with a really low quality mic, and then the audio was compressed to hell and back. Like, I think that's 3 different methods of having bad sound design. I'm just glad they have subtitles so I can tell what the hell anybody's saying. Oh, another red room. The game's like, okay, we know you've been running through levels so far, so I'm gonna put it into that. You're gonna have to actually start fighting people. Move? Nah. Grayfang.
Man, he is small.
What's that? Who's there?
It's me, Spyro.
And the former god of tall plains, Sparks.
You don't carry the stench of Cinder's beast, so you must be friends.
We are. And who are you?
I'm Moliere, leader of the Manwersmals. But I'm not much of a leader anymore. Those are my people who aren't manning for Cinder are holed up in their caves, scared out of their little wits, waiting for Buzzard Big to blur. Which shouldn't be long. If you would help me free them, perhaps there's something I could do for you?
I don't know.
Sacre bleu.
We're here to rescue a big friend of ours.
Is he a Mate Dragon?
Yes. Why?
Because I know where he's being kept. In the mines near a large labor camp, where my own brother, ex-Humor, toils away. We can help each other.
Well, which way do we go? What should we do next?
Oh, it's simple enough, but we've got to hurry. Buzzard Big is getting more unstable by the minute. We must clear these caves before we can help your friend.
And you're asking him for directions? Wow, talk about blind leading the blind.
Forget him, Moliere. We're in.
Oh my god, his name's Moliere. Moliere. You know, honestly, yeah, this is the best French game I've played this year. I'm just willing to say that. So hang on, we had a swamp level, an ice level, a plains level, and now a fire level. Now, going by the rules of video games, all video games, the games get worse as time goes on. Which means there's a pretty decent chance that this game will actually get worse the further in we go. So what that means is the next level is going to be much more boring and much worse visually, too. Cheaper, in other words. And if there's one thing that makes it, that there's like developer shorthand for boring, dull-looking area, it's a cave. So I'm betting it's going to be the Earth Cave, and it's just going to be a cave. Like the whole thing, it's just going to be a boring-ass cave. Good morning, Walker. See, I thought that the Tall Plains was the sky level. Because, you know, it was in the sky. We had a whole section where, you know, we were on a floating ship.
Here we go.
And by floating, I mean, like, in the air. Obviously, it was... Whatever, you get my point. Do these respawn? I didn't know they could respawn. Oh my gosh. Screw that noise. Let's get out of here. Look, I just wanted to write down the name before we got there, Mr. Red. Yes, but it counts for this year.
You did it! You did it! 1,000 thanks!
Please stop kissing me.
Hey, no problem, pal.
Well, you did your part. The man, your friend, is being kept in the center of the volcano, past the labor camp where my brother, ex-humor, is working. Find him and let him know we're friends, and he'll tell you how to proceed.
How will we know, ex-humor?
Yeah, all you wee smalls look the same to me.
You will know him. Trust me. He is the most cantankerous, hard-nosed man we'll smell around. Whatever you do, don't get on his bad side.
Seriously, E33, take notes. This is how you do it. This is how you French it up. Little Mermaid was peak French performance. Which is funny, because isn't René Aubergenois actually French? Yeah, this game is better than Expedition 33. In every way, especially French. Jeff Bannon is all over the place. He's kind of like, oh my god, I can't think of her name now. The woman who plays Cinder, whom we haven't even heard yet, by the way. They brought in one of the most legendary animated voice actresses in history, and we haven't heard a single line of dialogue from her. I'm actually pissed about that. Why did I do that? Why would they... Okay. No. Mr. Red, what's her name? Go look it up. You have internet. You have fingers. My fingers are busy dispensing justice upon my enemies. Building the legend of property damage. Pre-summer, thank you. Well, he's missing a pinky. Because I had Mr. Pink pay him a visit last night. So here's our unique enemy. So these are magma worms. There it is. There's our boss. The boss of this level is going to be an extra large magma worm. I'm calling it right now. I love how in the lava area, the ice beam, like, does almost nothing to these people. You'd think, you know, weakness, usefulness. No. Wow, that did nothing to him. That didn't even kill the other 3 guys. Why are these ultimates so crap? I'm in shock. Oh man, this game... I'm sorry, hold up. Is this actually the best rated Spyro game? We already know that IGN rated it well because, you know, they're the joking bag of game reviews. This joking bag. You can quote me on that one. Listen, IGN can get 1 kudos from me. I'll give it to him. Why bother with things like time and effort when you could turn on a feature from NVIDIA that will do your graphics design for you? NVIDIA, we're trying to make the world a worse place. And succeeding at it every single day. I was wondering the same thing, D20. Yeah, someone recently tried to give me a gotcha question, and I thought that was very amusing. So let me explain what the question was, because I think you'll like this. They said, Lore, you can't dislike AI and slop, because one day, that's all games are going to be. First of all, no it isn't. That's stupid. But let's magically assume that every game made after a certain point of time is all AI slop. So what am I going to do? What can I possibly do? It's not like there's not literally tens of thousands of other games that I could spend the entire rest of my life playing and never finish covering. That's insane. Look up how many NES games there are sometime. Just the NES.
I bet you can't ring that bell.
Why would I want to?
Oh, you're scared.
I'm not scared.
Oh, the big special dragon is scared of the mean old bell. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Why don't I get your pillow? You lay down.
And we're dead.
Oh, can you hear me? Are you okay, buddy? Hey, listen, forget about those cracks I made about your fatness and your being purple and stupid and fat. All right? Just get out of there, please, Spyro. Don't be dead.
Wow. That might be the worst cutscene in the game. And that is saying something.
Did you say something?
Me? No. No, I was talking out loud, thinking of my day I gotta do.
Well, just thought I heard something before I blasted my way out.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no. Must be hearing things.
So now I have Earth shot breath. For some freaking reason. Oh, this is like no damage. But hang on, let's get rid of this guy. One legitimate usage of AI that I don't have a problem with and would support if there is one. Non-applicable. I've actually put real thought into that, ignoring the fact that I've been asked about that several times. And I know people are going to contest that. But there's this thing called cost. And I've done a fairly large amount of research on what AI involves. That is to say, what generative AI involves. And what it costs, and how much damage it is causing on basically every level. Like, societal damage is probably the biggest one for me personally. But, you know, societal damage, environmental damage a second time, environmental damage a third time, economic damage a second time, economic damage a third time, you know. No, I just haven't spent any experience the entire game, because I've been saving it for this. Yeah, we have entered a very strange era of politics. We've been in it for over a decade now. It's the don't admit you're wrong era, which is exactly what it sounds like. Even when you know you're wrong, even when you are proven wrong, never, ever, ever back down. Always double down and flail and struggle and scream and make everything worse as you're going down. By the way, I want you to look at the rocks on the ground. Because the rocks are growing. No, exactly, D20. Is that new? No. It comes in and out of phase periodically. Look at the rocks, Mr. Red. Look at the rocks. But we have entered another era of it gaining primacy again. And I know it's not just a thing in the States, because I pay attention to a few other countries' politics as well. It's very frustrating, too, because invariably, in most cases, if some of these people would be like, okay, we're wrong, then it would probably be a lot easier to contain the damage being done. But by constantly, yeah, Japan, but by constantly doubling down on everything, it actually makes everything worse for everyone, too. Like, nobody wins. But these children cannot accept the fact that they're wrong and cannot accept the loss of face. And cannot survive without constantly insisting that they're right.
It's okay.
You know, until their metaphorical or literal dying day. Exactly, Blade Taval. It's very frustrating, is what I'm trying to get at. What does this have to do with AI? I actually think that it is hypothetically possible that we could have seen a world in which generative large language models could have been, like, an interesting development of certain very specific sub-branches of technology.
Come on, you worthless waste of flesh, let's go. We gotta hop on steam and get back to that flea-bitten dragon. The crystal should be almost ready, and the volcano's right on the brink.
Well, we will never see that timeline now.
Come on, Sparks, we've got to catch them.
Yeah, we're not in that timeline. We're over here, in hell. So by definition, the only place that can be left here, the only stage that can be left is air, right? Oh yeah, speed witch. Actually, hang on. Since we're in the middle of this review, I realized something recently. This is not a joke. This is a real thing that I realized. It's about Trump. Do you want me to share it? I want to stress, this isn't a bit, this isn't a gag. There's a question mark about that individual that I have been wondering about for actual years. Many years at this point. And I finally figured it out yesterday. Now, before anyone asks, this isn't about politics. This isn't about, like, opinions on what should be taxed where or how foreign affairs should be handled or anything, okay? It's actually a very simple question. So, we all know Trump is the head of a cult of personality. But something that I've always wondered is, why? Most cults of personality follow pretty defined paths, right? Either the cult leader in question is someone who isolates themselves to the point where nobody knows what a uncharismatic, worthless dickhead that they are, or they actually have honest-to-God charisma. Trump is neither of these things. He doesn't know how to talk. He doesn't know how to hold himself. He meanders. This is nothing new. This has been true since the 90s. The dude has negative charisma. So why is there this cult of personality around him? Okay, so that's been the question in my mind for years. Now I'm going to bring up an unrelated fact. How many of you are familiar with the archetype of the racist grandpa?
You don't know how to drive this thing.
How hard can it be? It's on rails.
Oy, famous last words.
What is this? And you are wrong, Lord Harriman. Whether I find an individual repellent or not does not change whether they have charisma. Hitler had charisma. There are demonstrable and objective things we can point to say that Hitler was charismatic. And he was. Trump is not charismatic. Mussolini was charismatic. Stalin was kind of a weird one. And I've actually asked a few friends of mine who, were on the other side of the Iron Curtain, what the heck Stalin's deal was. And the consistent answer I get is that he kept people away from him. So the people who knew him were terrified of him, and everyone else just paid attention to the propaganda. So, like, yeah, in the common people's mind, Stalin was just, Lenin 2.0. And anybody who knew him was terrified because he was a sociopath. But I'm getting off topic. Thug might be a better word. No, I'm still pushing back. Trump has negative charisma. I really did come out, I came up with it. I realized the truth of this. You're going to laugh when you hear it. Or you're going to say it's obvious and I'm an idiot for not realizing it before. So let me give you a bit of a timeline. The racist grandpa is someone we're all ashamed of. You kind of tolerate him because you're supposed to, because there's kind of a social contract to, but the accepted network of social interaction there is that the racist grandpa is over in a corner. That's not a good thing. You're not supposed to be like that. Someone I know personally was, by every account, for lack of a better way to put it, cool. They were fun, they were interesting, they hang out, They met my brother-in-law personally when they came to visit me, okay? Now, my brother-in-law, for those who are not aware, is Iranian. So, I'm mentioning that because everything was cool until pretty much that October of 2016. And all of this sudden, that individual and their wife suddenly started making, out of nowhere, very charged and racist remarks towards a lot of people, most specifically Middle Easterns, and very specifically Iranians. And it was just like, what? And my sister reached out to them and was like, you realize, like, you've met him. You met my husband. And the response was, oh, well, he's one of the good ones. He's... Now, this came out of nowhere from most respects. Like, it wasn't the kind of thing that I wouldn't believe, but it was very strange. Now, that's factoid number 3. You already probably see where I'm going with this, because factoid number 4 is one of the most common random things I hear, almost universally from right-leaning people, is that, oh, the left is letting politics get so violent, and it's we shouldn't be so against each other. It's been, we've been so polarized. And that's always struck me as a little bit of an off statement. Lord knows media can go straight to hell. But I have noticed, just within people I personally know, a fairly large amount of that divide happening post-Trump. All of this together brings me to my theory. I think Trump is an excuse for people to be the way that they actually are. I think that now that there is this pedophile, rapist, con artist, racist, misogynistic, I think that's everything I could say definitively, individual who was elected president, which, regardless of everything else, is like the face of the entire country, it's okay. It's okay now. It's acceptable to say those quiet parts that society and training and social interaction have taught us to keep quiet in the background. And he gets away with all this crap, so it's okay. Oh yeah, thank you. Convicted felon. And it's okay now. And I think that's it. I think that's the big thing. I think that's why people gravitate towards him. Because he is now part of their identity. We actually talked about this yesterday, remember that? A lot of people don't... Oh, I completely disagree with that, Lord Harriman. A lot of people... yeah, all these racist grandpas come out of the woodwork. A lot of people don't really have a strong sense of self. For reasons I'm not even going to begin to go into. And so we attach our identity to something and we use that to kind of form a sense of our own mental image, who we are. And so we look at this garbage pile and we think, aha, you know, now it's okay to think whatever nonsense, terrible thoughts that they have inside and to go ahead and act upon them or be upon them. I mean, ice. And so now that's part of their identity, which of course leads to doubling down on that, because now it's not just an excuse, it's part of who they are. And there's your cult. No, actually, because I think we outnumber them. Oh yeah, no, some of the comments I got on that. My favorite was the gentleman who said that the people who were murdered deserved to die. And the reason that's my favorite is because the most common defense I hear about ICE being, you know, horrific, brutal torturers and murderers is that, well, they didn't actually. That's misinformation, which is a nonsense defense, of course. But to just acknowledge it and just say, yeah, but no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So when Trump inevitably dies of a blood clot or whatever terrible health problem he's going to do. Yeah, no, and I meant it, Mr. Ed. Sure, Act. It'll be interesting to see what the cult does in the immediate wake of that, because that's a little bit of a off the radar thing, right? Like, who knows how they're going to take that? I think most of the, let's call them the people actually running the government right now, are aware of the fact that if Trump goes, MAGA collapses instantly. Like, the cult will go away. That always happens. When you get rid of the cult leader, the cult just instantly dissolves. No, J.D. Vance absolutely 100% has no capacity to lead the cult. Well, I think we're having a miscommunication then, Lord Harriman. But honestly, I'd rather not discuss it, if that's okay with you. But to be clear, I don't mean anything about inherently bad people. I don't think there's such a thing as anybody being inherently bad or good. I think people are people and they make choices. I just think most people lean towards making positive choices. If someone is an evil person, it's because they chose to be. There's no capacity in real life for someone to force you to do something. It doesn't exist. No, it's not that. It's just, you're not bringing up politics at all. You're bringing up the nature of... evil for lack of a better word. I'm trying to think of a better way to summarize that than just the word evil. Yeah, meta ethics, exactly. And that is a gargantuan question mark territory, which, if we're being honest, nobody knows. Nobody has any idea how that works. That's all philosophy, which is all just speculative and presumptive. God, the rocks. So no, I don't think the people who lived in Nazi Germany at the time were more inherently evil, because I don't think there is such a thing. I don't think people are somehow magically born with evil in their hearts. This is not Star Wars. I would say that anybody who is a Trump supporter at this point in time is a legitimately evil person. I cannot perceive a reality in which that is not true. There is simply, at this point in time, there is just too much evidence in too many directions for too many years of all of the horrible, nightmarish, awful things that he is and does. So if you have the blinders on at this point, you are doing so willingly. Well, that was a tick move. Listen. Kabram! There's a YouTube guy I've seen periodically. I'm trying to think of his name. It's a man with something. Oh, God. I think it varies, Lord Hermon. I think it depends, right? One of the arguments I have actually heard Trump supporters use is, well, every politician is exactly as bad, which, A, no. Man carrying things, that's it. And B, even if that's true, that's not an excuse. In fact, that is a specific fallacy. Is if someone else is horrible, doing horrible thing, it makes it okay for you to do a horrible thing. That's not... That is an argumentative fallacy. But anyways, excuse me. I was going somewhere with that. I've lost it. God, I'm right. Man carrying things. He did this really short clip where they were talking about the horrific death, destructo doom going on in Iran right now, and you know, one of the hymns over on the side was representing the American public, and at one point they mentioned gas prices were going up, and the person's like, "Wait, what?" And he turns to the side, he says this one line, which actually killed me. That's what gets your attention? That's what... Okay. Yeah, apparently the new Spider-Man movie is going to have Frank Castle, Scorpion, and some body hopper? I'm not sure who that would be in Spider-Man mythos. Oh, whoops. It's not an enemy. It's not an enemy. Sorry. Sorry.
More likely spies for the conductor, or that flying beast, Cinder.
No, Moliere sent us.
My brother is alive.
He sure is, pal. He's all safe and sound. But I gotta say, he's the friendly one in the family.
I'm sorry. In these dark times, one can't take chances. So, Moliere is alive. Oh, wonderful news. But why did he send you here?
Well, he said you might be able to tell us where our friend Terrador is.
If he's a big dragon, I certainly can. The majority of the man-wear smalls are kept here in this camp, forced to live above ground and mine for cinder. And there are rumors that your dragon friend is being kept somewhere inside, in the darkest pits of the volcano. All of us are doomed.
Not if we have anything to say about it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
I mean, we're going to free the man-wear smalls, venture to the darkest pits of Boisetbig, and find Terrador.
All right, Elijah Wood, I need you to say that line
Karaoke.
without sounding like your soul just left your body.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, I saw Sparks' eyes get split there. I saw it. Anyways, I apologize for bringing politics into this. I know we've kind of had a let's not acknowledge how the world is on fire rule lately. I really only wanted to share it because it really has been something that's been bugging me for years. And it just, all of the pieces sort of clicked. Oh god, good point, Blade Ball. Been carrying the One Ring for so long. Listen, we should totally attack Iran. That's just the greatest, dumbest idea in the world. Like, even if you're an evil person, who thinks that's a good idea? Even if all you care about is, like, money or oil or whatever, why would you ever do that? Why would you ever? Actually, yeah, Lord Hermon, quite honestly. Bellin would look at that and be like, no, that's a terrible idea. If they do a draft, well, I'm too old to be affected by that now. But I will encourage people to follow in their president's footsteps and become draft dodgers.
Ready?
No, the US does not have a draft, and that's sort of the point. Remember that whole discussion about lack of consequences? Break these? Yeah, I can. You know, I think I agree with Mr. Red. This is the best level so far. And that's strange. No, I didn't know that water is wet, Elizar.
It's found each other.
Yes, at last! Thanks to you.
We're just disappointed you didn't leave any fun for us.
Maybe next time. So now, which way to Terrador?
That way, but be careful. The conductor and his maniacal locomotive will surely be close by.
It's also the shortest. As I say, I think we're already at the boss.
Not to die. I'm trying to do that anyway.
Come, Humor. We must get all the man with smurls underground, where they belong.
Yes, it won't be long now.
It's okay, I don't belong either. mean, do they, Omega Legion? Do we know if they do? I'm with Mr. Red. We don't have any hard evidence on that point. The climb up animation is so long, and once you're stuck in it, you actually can't do anything. It removes control from you if you try to do the climb up on a ledge animation. Yeah, I actually don't know what happened to cause me to fall. I legitimately don't know how I fell. I did, obviously. Lol, Lord Harriman. Seriously? Yeah, we're dead. Because it wouldn't work. That's so strange. Hello, Dream Whisperer.
I'd better be a bit more careful.
Maybe I can just skip it. Okay, cool. What in the hell? Yeah, that stuff hits pretty hard at this point. To my knowledge, you can't level up your health or anything, so... Listen, the Zerg swarm has landed on this planet, and I, for one, am grateful for their inclusion. I'm gonna go against the bar and say that it's a good thing that they're here. Yeah, Earth Breath is helping. A lot of skippability is helping. Some actual platforming is helping. Excuse me. Fine.
Take that!
Worst controls would be under interface. Because controls are a subset of interface.
Is that Terrador?
A big dragon being held prisoner in the center of an explosive volcano? I'm guessing that's Terrador.
Careful, it's never this easy.
After the last 2 times, you're not going to get an argument from me, Chief. Oh, here we go again.
You realize those are hot coals you're standing on.
Crystal's already charged and the volcano's ready to blow. Before it does, me and Steve here are gonna take great pleasure in running you down.
Okay, will this be the best boss in the game? Oh my god, no, Omega Legion, no! Ugh. Oh, he's got a Vuln phase. I'm not sure if I provoked that Vuln phase or if that just happened randomly. Oh, looks like he's weak to lightning. Okay. I can actually work with that. My god. It's almost a stage. Oh, the controls are so bad, Wolf Rail. I'm not sure, like, if we've had a worse controlling game this year. I'd have to check my list. But this is definitely up there. Like, definitely nomination worthy. Getting harder to hit him. See, the problem with lightning is it's kind of a short-range frontal attack as he's zipping by, you know? Honestly, I would strongly consider said veto, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go heal. How did that not hit him? How did that not hit? It did hit him! He hit the Vuln Sparks. Why didn't you hit the wall, sir? And we're dead. Thankfully, and this is something that I do praise the game for, legitimately, bosses have transition checkpoints. As I say, mid-boss, mid-phase checkpoints. Hey, Brown Jacker. I am enjoying the experience. Let's call it that way. That's the second time I've lightninged him and he has not run into the wall. But then he does? That's so strange. Look, it even refilled the crystals. I might, Mr. Red. I'm in shock. Yeah, he's just not doing Vuln phases now. At all. I would laugh if, like, the QA team was like, dude, this is insane. You gotta have checkpoints everywhere. Why? Because this game sucks. Oh. Do you think we can improve the game? No. I think you should just add checkpoints everywhere. Oh, okay. We could try to make the game better? No. Give up. Abandon all hope and add checkpoints. Okay, okay, okay. God. This last bit of health is taking a while to get through. Jesus Christ. I take back everything good I said about this fight. Good fortune, Brownjacker. And then he's dead. Okay. Huh?
The purple dragon lives.
What?
He's got a name, you know.
Yes, my name is...
That's not us. Who is that?
Yes, I am. And I must say, I never thought I'd live to meet you, Spyro.
Look, I'd love to sit here and hug everybody and chit-chat, but how about we leave before the volcano blows us up?
You're right. I've got to tell the others what Cinder is up to.
Let's go. Right behind you. Actually, I'm right in front of you.
Run!
Look, when the guy says run, I think he knows something.
Also, I can't believe this. I think that's Dave Fennoy. I hope I'm wrong.
Go, Spyro! Fly like you've never flown before!
No. That's, oh God. Phil something. No, never mind. It's Michael Richardson. Okay, never mind. I was wrong twice. I accept that. That still makes sense. Kevin Michael Richardson is yet another of those super prolific voice actor people. Okay, so I'm going to put the controller down. I wanted to do this last time. Ah. And I didn't see your question, Elizar, if you don't mind repeating it. Is that Cinder chasing us?
Let's do it.
Oh, wow. No, I think he's terrible in this game, Elizar. Wow, we actually died. I'm kind of shocked, actually. We now know that there's no checkpoints in the gummy ship sections. Well, I'll push some buttons in a second. I mean, I've been through this song and dance before, Act. I remember when the NES was new. When it was like this new sci-fi technology that completely blew away the Commodore and the Ataris and ColecoVision. It is always a weird thought. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it looks like we get, like, centered at a certain point, and then they kill us. I'll give you a hint, Ross. Yes, actually, it has gotten better. I'm merely giving a few negatives here. Oh yeah, what flight would Spyro belong to? For someone who's an asshole like him, I'm thinking Black Dragon Flight. Blue? I can see blue, yeah. No, I think that this is definitive. As soon as we hit this lava thing up here, it shoves us in the middle, and then she kills us immediately. It's pretty determinative. I'm just typing up some negatives for the section we just went through. I don't know, I could see him being pure evil. A dark Spyro, if you will. Okay.
It's okay. We can try again.
Okay. Not that I'm aware of, Rama. It was fine. The platforming was too janky, probably because of the game it's surrounded by. And, the enemies are stupid at the point we're at. It is still a bad stage, but it's merely a bad stage. I give it 1 negative. So you want my personal favorite example of, wow, I can't believe how bad this show is. I know I've given this before, but... And every time I say this, everyone brings up the pitchforks, but it's still true. DuckTales. The original DuckTales. You probably can't tell this, Mr. Ed. I am holding down R1 this entire time. Which is weird, because he wasn't doing the animation. What? Oh my god, it's... oh my god. I had no idea it was that bad. Yeah, you need to spam it because it cuts off. Because it uses stamina. I'm just so stupid. I didn't even notice that. Oh god, I thought it crashed. Who is this weirdo? Who looks nothing like our main character. Except that he's purple. And I don't want to call attention to this, but does Cinder have boobs?
We've got to find them. Help Ignitus.
They're gone, Spyro. There's nothing we can do.
I don't care. Ignitus wouldn't leave me.
Spyro, he's right.
I'm right? Oh my god, that's a first.
Yes. You'd never find them in this mess. And you're not ready to face Cinder yet. Time to fight will come, but it is not now.
I guess you're right. Let's go.
I was gonna say, aren't we at the last stage? Aren't we there? Aren't we at time to fight?
It's my fault. I failed Ignitus when he needed me most.
Look, we look nothing like the other Spyro.
So close. Just...
Made your heart stop? Put ice in your veins? Scared the crud out of you?
Yeah, something like that.
All warriors feel fear at one time or another, Spyro. There's no shame in that.
Yes, it's a proven scientific fact that the quotient between adrenaline and trepidation...
Vote here, please. I believe our good friend here was trying to make a point.
Thank you, Cyril. What I was going to say is that all warriors feel fear, Spyro, but only the most valiant among us can face that fear and master it. From what I saw of you on Munitions Forge, you are one such warrior.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Of all the words to define Spyro, warrior is not usually one that comes to mind.
Young dragon, now is the time to complete your training. Now is the time to face your fear.
I mean, he's got a point. There's nothing I'm more afraid of in this game than the tutorials.
Come.
And yes, that's Kevin Michael
Are
Richardson.
the only ones still petrified?
So what do you want about his master your fear thing? It's just going to be the same tutorial everything else is. I'll be right back. Oh, I've just had a horrible thought. I apologize to all my viewers. I have disappointed you, and this is my fault. I'm going to give the previous stage a plus to story. Yeah, 2. We're up to 2 pluses to story. Oh god, the neighborhood. And the music! The music! I have given in to the dark side. It's technically for everything. We have a concept called an aggregate, which is when, rather than like an individual thing getting a positive or multiple positives or negatives, we zoom the camera out. It's a good question. Why is our home base music like the Sith base on Korriban? What? Hold up. Hold up. I want you to imagine, like just picture this for just a second, okay? Okay, hang on. Because it's church. Oh god. The Christian game. Yeah, sure, hang on. Let me turn up the music a little bit here. I mean, tell me it doesn't fit with the music they've already been using. Tell me and I'll call you a liar. Because, Jesus Christ. Where are we? This is our home base where we will save our people. Hang on, I gotta quote Rama's thing out loud for people in the read chat. Such a quiet thing to fall, but so much worse to be a dragon. Oh my god, this friggity game. Alright, let's no delays. Let's just do it. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's do it. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm ready. I mean, I'm not ready. I will never be ready for this. Yes, the dragons are the rightful rulers of the world. We sit at the pinnacle of civilization.
The power to harness the soil, the wind, the world itself is now within your grasp. Let's begin.
I mean, okay, obviously, we're mostly joking, but you did catch how we were colonizers earlier, right? And convinced a local tribe to start worshiping us by killing their god. I'm just saying, maybe we are the bad guys here. What, like visually? Alright, hang on. We did joke about that in the original trilogy.
Always be gracious in victory, Spyro.
Come over here.
Alright, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. What is this music? Let me look it up. Hang on. Skylanders Spyro. Let's see it. Let's see it. Ah! Alright, hold on, hold on. First, I'm gonna do this. Ignore this. I mean, you can enjoy the meme, but just ignore that for a moment. Okay, so I've said Spyro looks pretty bad in this game. That's because he does. But, you know, I had no idea how bad it could get. Where is it? Is it not here? Oh, it's not here. Oh, that's irritating. Okay, fine. Do this then. What? Sorry, web peas. Anyways, so here's Skylanders Spyro. Fresh reminder that you can always get worse. Because, yeah, that's pretty terrible. The thing that physically repulsed me was the toy, because obviously Skylanders is a toy line. I don't think you're ready for that. I don't think I should show that to you. Should I show that? Should I show it? Alright. 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 So obviously this is intended to be the same design, so... Whoa, that's a big image. Hang on a second. You know, I think my favorite part is that he's cross-eyed. I mean, everything about that's terrible. But the cross-eyedness is the best part. How much is that? I could buy that right now for 30 bucks. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of that now. I should buy that. Then when it shows up, film myself melting it.
There might be hope for you yet, young dragon.
I've given you an infinite ammo, infinite reload shotgun. There might be hope for you yet. Hey, look, it's the fire shot, but worse in every way. You know what's really sad is I wish the Earth Breath actually did more damage. This is a good example of what I'd call impact when it comes to viscerality. If you have a big, obvious, cool-looking, cool-sounding attack, you kind of want it to, you know, do damage. But it feels really inconsistent when it does.
They have been right about you.
This way, oh Mauve one.
Okay. Oh no. Why did you say that, Omega Legion? You cursed that into existence, you know that, right? You say that, Omega. I don't believe you at this point. You have reached into the past and changed how this game was built 20 years ago. And yes, we're doing another and hopefully last tutorial? God, I don't even want to know. What if there are more tutorials?
You might prove to be a true warrior yet.
Spyro, come here.
Oh, thank God, we're done. This is called the I don't care anymore. At this point, I have no guesses for Game 2 or 3. None. Game 2 was made by the same devs. And statistically speaking, that means one of two things is possible. Either they learned and got better, or they sat back on their laurels and got worse. It will not be the same.
Now, the final confrontation awaits.
Didn't you just say... Okay. Third game's by a new company, so all bets are off there. Why do we have to watch this? Why does this animation even exist?
You've done well, Spyro.
Yes, yes, pat on the back, good going, all that other rubbish, but we've got to get moving here.
Oh, Cyril is terribly obnoxious, but in this case, he happens to be right, Terrador. Ignitus is the final piece to Cinder's puzzle. If that last crystal is powered, the portal will open, and we'll all be done for.
I know. When I was on Munitions Forge, I overheard the conductor say that Cinder's final preparations would take place at her lair, where she lives in solitude among the clouds and the towers. I am certain that's where she's taken Ignitus.
We have to go. Come on.
I'd give anything to go with you, young warrior. But that crystal sapped the last of my will. I fear my fighting days are over.
Every generation must pass the torch to the next, Terrador. Our time is done.
Yes, it is Spyro's time to shine. Now go to it, young dragon.
Yes, sir.
Wow, you guys make even me want to face Cinder. Did I say that out loud?
That's actually a good question. Do you think they'll tell us what's behind the portal in this game? Because we're almost at the end of the game. And they haven't yet. Look, what Cinder and Ignatus get up to in their private time is up to them.
Hope goes to die, Spyro.
Really?
A dark, foreboding place in which Cinder broods and skulks and plans her next assault. You must make your way to her fortress, where I'm sure Ignitus is being held.
Yeah, I think I might do too well.
Next time I say that I want to face Cinder, why don't you go ahead and punch me in the mouth?
No problem.
Oh, there she is. Still haven't heard her talk, really, by the way.
Terador made it sound like this place is uninhabited.
Now what fun would that be? Come on, we've got to take them out.
You know my favorite detail, Mr. Red? I bet you do. I bet you know exactly what my favorite detail is. Yep, it's the crystal zooming and shrinking as we move around. What's really funny, as near as I can tell, the only stage that didn't do that was the second one, the ice stage. Every other stage has had some effect like that. Okay. I mean, the monkeys have spoken English to us several times, and all they've said is, "You will now die, dragon," or "You cannot stop us, we have already charged the crystal," or "I secretly like the smell of my own poo." And it's like, yeah, okay, that's not helpful. That's a good point, Mr. Ed. We should give a negative for that. I am not smart enough to be able to analyze music to the level where I can describe what makes a song sound generic. So from now on, I'm just going to point to this game. You know, imagine if I knew, Mr. Red. Imagine if I knew. We could have played this coming back from the dark. Yeah, every single one of these, they just spawn enemy sections, is honorously long. There was one back in the ice level, too, if you remember. While we were there, someone in chat actually asked if I was sure it wasn't an infinite respawn, if I should just move on. Jesus Christ. And another red room. Wait, no, never mind. It's a trap. It's a trap. We're okay. We're okay. Oh, thank you, God. Unless it is a red... It's a red room. It's a red room in disguise. It was always red rooms all the way down. Oh, my gosh. Oh no, Omega Legion, don't say that. Why would you say that? Stop cursing things into existence retroactively. This game does not need your help. Hi guys. But why? 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 Okay. Hey Ross, you still there? I'm gonna do some typing. Yeah, we're a dragon. We're a dragon. Yeah, all of Mordor is just a red room. That would actually make a weirdly large amount of sense, wouldn't it? Okay. What is the name of this stupid place? Apparently the name of this stage is Concurrent Skies? Well, here, since there's no Ross, I hear at least a couple people like Mega Man music. It's an amazing song and all. But let's do this. Get back to this incredible, amazing, awesome, fantastic. One of the best games ever made, actually. I was thinking about it. If I could only play one game the rest of my life, forever, as me and my princess sit there, chained to a table, it would be Legend of Spyro: A New Beginning. Yeah, I'm pretty anti-AI. I've never been quiet about that. But it's good to remind people every now and again that slop has existed long before AI did. Of course there's a second wave. Why wouldn't there be a second wave? Of course there's a third wave. Why wouldn't there be a third wave? Of course there's a fourth wave. Why wouldn't there be a fourth wave? Of course there's a fifth wave.
Nice work, big guy. Now for the next one.
Is this really? Is this really? Is this absolute gameplay? It might be uncomfortable to see something like this. It might be uncomfortable to look at this amazing, fantastic game and to realize that whatever games you think you like are nothing compared to this. This is the peak of game design.
Almost there.
Okay. This is the last stage, by the way. Yes, peak, peak, peak. I played Diablo 3, I expect you to be like, absolute garbage. Aw, they didn't exist yet. That guy's a vile sailor. That guy's a night boar. That guy's a curse twister, excuse me. Okay, now what? Okay. Oh my god, I've heard that sound effect before. That's from StarCraft. is the decloaking sound effect from StarCraft.
Done and
No, this game is physically killing me. I want you to know. I want you to know, Mr. Red, you have done what many people have tried for many years and failed at. You are actually killing me. You are removing my ability to function. Like, I've been dead inside for years, and technically I died 20 years ago, but now I think it's finally time to just be done. I mean, everyone needs a little bit of poison in their lives, right? You know, it's flavor. You need... You need... Listen, if people didn't punch me in the face, I wouldn't know how to appreciate not being punched in the face, okay? Oh no, it's another red room. Oh god, how many of these enemies count for this red room, do you think? Oh god, that... Oh my god! Okay, so you remember how we talked about how... No spoilers, but like, at the good ending of the previous game we played, the first game they found was Kirby's Adventure, and they just had a ball with that. Imagine if this was the game they found instead. Like, I know Lord Harriman's joking, but that thought bothers me. Like, that feels wrong. that feels needlessly cruel. Look, Mass Effect 3 actually had good story beats bolstering it. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was mostly boring and vacuous. It didn't have gameplay. That's why I originally classified it as a visual novel. Oh god, they find this game and then they find people insisting that this is the best game ever, and there's something wrong with them for not enjoying it. So their first interactions with humanity are this game and fanboys. Also true, Omega Legion. Good point. Citadel certainly dragged that score up. Oh, Sparks is dead.
can't talk. Heart breaking out.
Come on. Ignitus is waiting.
Yeah, imagine what a Citadel DLC would look like in this game. Now, stop me. I've got an idea. I've got an idea to make this game a lot better, okay? How about we force the player to constantly fight the same 3 enemies over and over and over in an endless array of red rooms. I really think I'm onto something here, guys. It really is 3, by the way. It's the small monkey, the medium monkey, and the large monkey. As a reminder, those are the same 3 monkey types we've been fighting since the swamp. Wait. I've got it. Just to make sure the player doesn't get bored, let's make it so that every time they think they're done with a wave, we spawn more enemies. They are not mechanically different. I've been paying attention. It would be interesting to math out how many enemies in this game are monkeys, because I bet it is a gargantuan percent. This game does have more enemy designs than Kakarot, because, like, almost every stage had 1 or 2 unique enemies to it. Yeah, it really is Omega Legion. It's the Dragon Age 2 thing, except without the fun part.
Spark, look, the gate's losing power.
Oh my god, Colgrim, that would be even worse. Somehow, that would be even worse. Yes, Blade to all, that is correct. I still don't know much about this other than what we've already done. I mean, nobody likes baboons, but maybe we shouldn't genocide an entire species. I don't know, I guess we can. You get 1 genocide, just 1. As like it's a party gift, right? It was during the Secret Santa. I swapped gifts with Bob, Bob swapped gifts with me, and well, Bob gave me a 1 free genocide card. So, baboons. Nobody's gonna miss it. I should see if Matt McMuscles has done a What Happened on this series. He tends to do a lot of homework. So far, Cinder looks fine. I don't actually have any complaints about her looks. I have complaints about the fact that so far she has had exactly 0 lines of dialogue. Yeah, don't worry, genocide's free. Yeah, Mr. Ed gave me 1,000 links, which I have deliberately not looked at. Not because I'm a dick, unlike what some people on YouTube say. But because, you know, I want to wait until we're further into the franchise. And then I'll be like, aha. Yes, this game is getting the garbage tag. 100%. I technically decided that earlier. But I never 100% commit until we get much closer to the end of the game. This is the final stage. It's getting the garbage tag. Alright, everyone, good job. We got Cree Summers, one of the legitimate, legendary, royalty voice actresses. Alright, what do we do? Boss, we got a problem. Yeah, what's up? Well, you know how she's actually a voice actress and knows what she's doing? Yeah. Well, there's been some concerns that she's going to make, you know, all the big-name actors we spent all of our budget getting sound like crap in comparison. Oh no, we can't have that. That would make it sound like we wasted our money on nothing. Cut all of our lines. What do we do with... I mean, we already recorded all our dialogue. Yeah, but just cut the lines. It'll be a secret we carry to our graves. Yeah, speaking of which, get your guesses in if you haven't. We are chopping off the guessing game pretty soon. I'm pretty sure that's absolutely not what happened with Aerith. I'm pretty sure this is just a bunch of incompetence and stupidity. But by God, it's my job to make this entertaining as I fight the same 3 enemies for the 500,000th time in the same looking room for the 700,000th time. And God damn it, I'm going to do my best. Or die trying in real life. Like, I have a real life health bar. That's why I get sick so often. So every time I do a crappy stream, my health goes down. I've been trying to curse the rest of Twitch with that to get rid of all the crap streamers. It hasn't been working. No. No. That would actually be really terrible for Mega Legion. We ask you to come back in? No, I'm booked for the next 6 months. Okay. So, elevator fights. Elevator fights are actually a pretty long-standing, tried-and-true beat-em-up set piece. The idea is pretty obvious. You sit in an elevator and enemies spawn over and over and over until you kill them all, at which point the elevator reaches its destination. Now you're probably thinking, that just sounds like another way to do a Red Room. And you're right. That's why elevator fights tend to suck, is because it's just the same as any other Red Room we've been seeing. Now, there are games that do some fun and interesting things with elevator fights, several of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games, for example. But almost always that involves adding something to the elevator itself, other than just, waves of bad guys. That one wasn't actually too bad. I didn't even get to finish complaining about it. There's actually been a couple of good weight limit elevator fights. Weight limit elevator fights, so if those are not aware what that means, beat the enemies or, the elevator fails and or stalls. There's actually some permutations of that. So for example, maybe the elevator will just stop progressing until you kill them. That's just a Red Room. It's just another Red Room, nothing different about that. Some of them have it so that the elevator itself will take damage and or collapse if it goes over its weight limit for too long. At that point, it's a DPS timer. I actually kind of like some of those. Again, execution matters, blah, blah, blah. But some of those can be really interesting. Because at that point, it's about being as efficient as you can in tearing down the enemies, not just beating the enemies. Also, a lot of those fights, when they're done well, tend to have a thing where, for example, you can just grab and throw enemies right over the edge, bypassing their health entirely. I'm right here, dude. Come on. Come here so I can fight you. Also true, Lord Herma. Another way to do that. So you could just get overwhelmed if you're doing too slow of DPS. Yeah, like I said, like several people in chat said, there are ways to make some of these concepts work. What would you put in the burritos, Mr. Red? Because if you didn't put rice in there, I swear to God, I'll make you play this game again. I'll do it, Mr. Red. I'm crazy. I mean, chili burritos are awesome. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But, no, I shouldn't do that. They found this poor hamster, and it needed medical attention, and instead they put it in charge of game design. We're in the final level, please just know. I mean, it would make sense that each of these belonged to one of the four big dragons. I hate this game. I'm sorry. I was trying to make a joke. I got nothing. I'm sorry. I hate this game. Moving on. Okay. Yeah. Omega, we did it. We did it. Look, we're winners. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be worth. This final boss is gonna just be the greatest. It's gonna be so good. Oh yeah, by the way, Blade Javal, you asked me where Mass Effect 2's outro lined up compared to Veilguard's. And the answer is dead tied for different reasons. Mass Effect 2's outro got 2 overall negatives, three. 2 for the final boss, and then 1 for the ending itself being terrible. Whereas Veilguard only got the 1 for the ending being terrible.
I'm not complaining, I'm just saying it would be easier if she was smaller. A lot smaller.
Otherwise, they got pretty much the same kinds of pluses and for the same kinds of reasons. Don't close the door behind you. Don't close the door. Okay. I don't remember the numbers right now. I'm sorry. I actually looked this up days ago. I just kept forgetting to type it up and tell you. I think it was like 10 to story and 5 to gameplay, something like that. Does this count as platforming? Yes. Just like me getting up to the fridge in order to grab a new Snickers from the fridge counts as exercise. It's true. You can't deny it. I am getting exercise on my way to the fridge. Hi, Don Crow. How's your day going? I mean, part of the thing is Mass Effect 2's outro is technically as good or bad, or however you want to think of that, as Veilguard's. The distinction is Mass Effect 2 does a way better job of leading up to it. Which is why Mass Effect 2's golden number is like double Veilguard's. Or whatever the distinct, I don't know their numbers off the top of my head. It's higher. Yeah, Mass Effect 2 had an editing pass. In fact, it had a lot of them. So... Can I quit now? Like, can I stop playing this game? Yeah, no, like I said, Mass Effect 2's final boss is terrible. On both axes. In fact, Mass Effect 2's, I mentioned 3 negatives. 2 of them were for the boss. And that's on both axes, story and gameplay. Okay. I understand. This is my punishment. Mr. Red is mad at me for being sick. And so, this is Mr. Red's punishment to me. I'm sorry, vulgarity. I'm just... This game is so draining. I can't even put into words. I'm running out of vocabulary. I just pull up a thesaurus. Hang on, I gotta write down a negative before I forget. Yeah, are we done? Are we done? Hello? Probably because they want it on their own terms, Trex. Yeah. What is this out of nowhere? You've had these guys killing their own the entire game. Why is that the one that gets the slow-mo? Because he liked it. You know what? I can't say anything about that. I'm here to king shame. I think they're procedural. You know, adjective noun variety, you know. Come up with a bunch of nouns, come up with a bunch of adjectives. Randomly pick them out of a hat. You get the idea. Wow, that was only one wave. Yeah, by the way, where are we? Like, we were approaching a tower, and now... Like, I don't know what's going on at this point. Of course there's another red... Is this... I'm getting angry. I'm getting actually angry. Not as angry as I got last night at WoW. That really pissed me off. But I'm still getting angry. WoW decided to randomly retcon something in a way that would take a while to explain how it's bad, but it's pretty bad. I ain't spoiling Jack. Imagine if FF14 suddenly retconned that ether doesn't exist. Like, on the one hand, you're like, and? But if you know anything about the setting, you're like, wait, what? That makes absolutely no sense. What's worse, everything being made of ether is something that makes FF14 unique. So, you have not only made the setting worse, but you have reduced the distinction, for lack of a better word, of FF14 itself. Where am I? God, I feel... I don't even feel like I exist at this point. I'm not going to say what it actually is, because it is... it's close enough I don't want to spell something like that. But yeah, it would be the equivalent of saying something like void and light are the same thing. I know what you're thinking, aren't they? No, the problem is they're fundamentally different forces, powered by fundamentally different concepts. Void is, by definition, a consumptive energy, which is specifically empowered by a person's doubt. Light is an expressive energy. It is explosive and destructive. It is something that is powered by someone's faith. These two things are not compatible. That's the point. Right? So if they randomly decided that those things just are the opposite of each other or whatever, or the same as each other, that would just be like every other freaking fantasy setting out there, which makes light and dark the same thing, but not quite. You get it. Yeah, no, it's why the concept of a Void Paladin is fascinating. What's not dead? Oh, hello. Okay, can I just say how much I hate this? So, these light beams, right? That's cool, but you see the problem? It looks like the entire area is bathed in light, but it's not. It's just the way it's rendered is wrong. Do you see that? Literally, the way it's rendering it is just wrong. Sorry, I know I was covering it with the crystals there, but I'm sure you saw it plenty of times where it looked like the entire arena was covered in it when obviously it wasn't. Oh, hey, we found the front door of the tower. You know, the thing we started the level right in front of, and now we are in front of for the third time. We've got to defeat her ultimate minion, Pev Muffin Shadow Slash. Also, I'm sorry, do monkeys have lots and lots of sex or something? How are there this many monkeys? Your leader's a dragon. What is this? I mean, you know what? It's not a monkey. It's not a monkey. It's the Electric King. Okay, that was actually really funny. I left the 2 turrets alive. Sorry guys, meant to kill you. Forgot you existed. That's my B. I'll own up to that. I need your souls really quick. There we go. See, dragons are powered by souls. That's how the whole gems thing works. I cannot believe this stage is still going. I'm losing the ability to describe how insane it is that this stage is still going. Ross, we've been in this same stage since before you left. You even missed out on some amazing music. I was gonna save it for you. But then you left me. You left me! No. No! Okay, never mind. We're okay. That's not what I thought I was going to do. It's okay. They won't do a second elevator fight.
Look out, world!
You know what this reminds me of? This is a little exaggerative, but it reminds me of the same concept. It reminds me of the 15-hour drive I did recently. Because there gets to a point, and where everyone reaches it is at a different point in time. I reached it about hour 3. It's about 3 hours into the drive, 3 hours into the drive, and I was just criminally bored. And I was just like, oh my god. Okay, and I had done something deliberate. I didn't let myself look at the clock. By the way, pro tip, if you ever have a really long drive, don't let yourself look at the clock. Don't do that. It's not going to help. It will not assist you in that journey. So after about 3 hours, I looked at the clock, and what? And I was just like, this is insane. This is insane. Surely it's been plenty of time. And I looked at the clock, and it had been 3 hours. And so the problem here is that it was a 15-hour drive. And that moment of knowing that you're nowhere, and you know that it's a bajillion miles more, is the worst moment right there. But then you get to about hour 5 or 6 or 7, and your brain has stopped working properly. This is a real phenomenon, real human phenomenon. It's one of the reasons why solitary confinement is considered torture, is because you need stuff. You need stimulus, right? You need variety and interaction. And so you get to a point where you just kind of go, yeah, highway hypnosis is a term for that. And there's actually other things this applies to. You get the idea. It's actually a really horrible state to be in. Thankfully, I hit about hour 7 when a friend of mine called me and kept me company the entire rest of the trip. You know, thumbs up to them for probably keeping me sane and making that happen, because I was gone. I was mentally gone. And that's how I feel right now. Because it's just the same thing for too long. I could not have put that better, Rama. Oh my god. How do you spell monkey? That can't be right. Okay, never mind. No, I'm right. It's just... imagine doing this for fun. I don't believe in fun anymore. I don't believe in fun. I legitimately don't think it exists. I could level up. You're right. Let's do it. Okay, so there's the earth power, which is fully leveled. There's the wind bomb I'm never using. There's the ice bomb I'm never using. There's all kinds of stuff I'm never using. But, you know, sure, let's... because why not? Because the last boss will have a thing where you have to hit her with some ability. So let's just level everything really quick. Yep, this is leveling. So, one of the questions I asked right at the beginning is, do you think this will be bottom 25 territory? A lot of you said no. As a reminder, you only need to be like negative 107 or 70, I forget which, to hit the bottom 25. I think we've got that on lock. So, I'm just going to be real. If your guess is above 100, your negative 100, your guess is too high. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Oh yeah, we're actually starting to drain the pool a little bit. It's the pink thing. When the pink thing is out, then you're out of experience. That's it. I don't think this is hitting bottom 4. The bottom 4 are so many additional levels of atrocious. It's similar to the top 5. The bottom 5, you gotta work at it to get that far down. You gotta really, really work at it to get that far down there. Starfield is number 2. Starfield is the second worst we ever covered. And it worked very hard over 8 years with millions of dollars to earn that slot. No. No! Oh my god. Yeah, no, one of the reasons I want to do an audit of Secret of the Stars is I have, like, obviously the first stream was amazing. I don't think I can replace that, and I don't want to. It also has one of the best highlights we've ever done. Shoutouts, Mr. Red. I say we. I use Royal We a lot to avoid credit. Mr. Red deserves credit. It was a good highlight reel. But for the sake of the review, I want a more thorough review. I sincerely doubt it's going to be a better stream. And I sincerely doubt it's going to be, like, if we did a second highlight, it would be a better highlight. But I want to really dig into it. Because any game that is that far down, like, the inches matter, you know? I think this will be worse than Third Birthday. That's just my knee gut, right off the top of my head. Yes, exactly, Blue Bulb. I will replay Starfield 10 additional times, just for you. On camera. 100% run, each run. Which also means getting all 1,000 planets fully mapped. You know, I actually don't know, Mr. Red. But relevant, do you have access to the console? Because I am not playing Starfield without cheats. That is not happening. No, Third Birthday isn't gay. It's not good enough to be gay. Come on! If the final boss of this game is really, really awesome, then I will be shocked. I will be blown away. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we actually had a whole discussion about what ifs. This guy's name is Dive Lizard. This guy's name is Cold Worm. It's actually for 3, Blue Bulb. Sorry. So, 3 playthroughs of Starfield. Done. Star Vial. You know what's really funny about Starfield? It's so deceptively bad. It's... So, I'm 90% certain it was not AI generated. But... it's like AI generated slop. Because AI generated slop, it is pretty much by definition something that looks good enough at a glance. The moment you glance at it and it looks fine. And like all AI slop, the closer you look, the worse it gets. And the catch was we never really ran out. We never stopped adding new negatives. We never reached a point where I stopped adding more and more and more and more points to the document. Every quest, every new NPC, every new story arc, every new planet, every new mechanic led to more negatives. Yeah, exactly, Blade Taval. Oh my god, I think we're at the last boss. I think we did it.
Spyro. Spyro.
What?
I don't like this. It feels like she's baiting us. I'm getting smarter.
Spyro! Destroy the crystal! Quickly!
Let's get him out of here before Cinder gets back.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
If only it were that easy, little one.
Oh my god, she has a line!
So big.
Time you learned how complicated life can be.
She does. Oh my god.
Run! Spyro! Save yourself!
Not this time. This time I fight.
Bring it.
3. We're up to 3 lines so far. Legendary voice actress. Literal voice... Well, literal. As literal as it can get, voice acting royalty. She's had 3 lines. We're on the final boss. Getting fan, I think we all. Well, at least anybody who cares, like me. Okay. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, so I'm gonna change a couple things. Let's get some music that I think is appropriate. I need to type up some thoughts. Please forgive me, because we need like appropriately dramatic music for how dark and terrifying this game has been. So give me a second here. There we go. If I can find it. I thought it was here. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. Yes. You know what? Hang on. This actually isn't the song I thought it was. Let's try this one instead. There we go. Wait, no, I could go further down than that. There we go. This is my mind. This is what's playing in my head as I play this game. Right, I'm an idiot. Shoot. I forgot to write it down. Blue bulb? Yeah, no, never mind. I see it. I'm so stupid. So I'm going to put this towards Stellaris, Borderlands 2, and Fallout New Vegas. Thank you for being part of the show, Blue Bulb. And Tenet Hydra. Overlord 1, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Grim Fandango. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Alright, I could tip up more. I should mention some of those negatives haven't been fleshed out yet, so maybe aim lower than what you're currently looking at. Okay, let's go fight the second final boss. Well, that sucked. Yeah, this is the lady they've been building up the entire game as the Super Death Doom of Ultra Death Doom. I mean, she is pretty irritating. I'll give her that.
It's so sad it must end this way.
4.
Now, where was I?
5. Oh my god.
Does she ever use doors?
There was something in her eyes, Ignitus. Something familiar.
There should be, Spyro. You and Cinder share more than you see, after I took your head to the Silver River, I returned to the grotto to find utter chaos. The other Guardians had been overrun, and all the other eggs had been smashed by the Dark Master's forces. All except one. You see, the Dark Master was torn. He wanted to destroy all the eggs to prevent the birth of the Purple Dragon. But he also needed a dragon.
Why would he need a dragon?
'Cause, Spyro, only one born in the year of the dragon could open the portal that served as the Dark Master's prison.
Cinder?
I'm afraid so.
But if we come from the same place, why is she so...
Evil? Monstrous? Big? Sexy? Oops, did I say that?
Because, Spyro, after the night of the raid, she was corrupted by the Dark Master's poisonous powers, twisted by his evil law. She's become the Dark Master's monster.
But why? What does this Dark Master want?
He wants to be freed from the portal of convexity.
The what?
Havoc across the realms. And if Cinder gets there, he just might succeed.
Oh, look, she succeeded.
We might be too late.
No, I refuse to give up. I'm going to stop Cinder and the Dark Master.
Ooh, wait, you heard the dragon, Spyro. He said, too late. We'll get him next time. Come on, champ. You did a great job, and let's take 5.
No, I'm ready. Now!
Okay, Spyro, you're right. At the very least, you have to try. If the Dark Master escapes, a shadow will fall over the land. And who knows what will happen then. May the ancestors look after you. May they look after us all. Convexity acts as an airlock between our world and the dark realms beyond. You must stop Cinder before she inserts the final crystal and activates the portal, freeing the Dark Master.
Yeah, if we don't hurry, I have a feeling you're gonna see a whole lot more. Come on.
We're playing a Spyro game, right? And yeah, I'm gonna cut off the guessing game now. Put this over here. Put this over here. Put this over here. What? What's the issue? Is there a problem? I don't think there's a problem. There's no problem here. Okay, so this is a thing. Tonally appropriate. That's what comes to mind when I think of this. Alistar's campaign, the Nerith. Can't we fly? I suppose they do. I'm gonna stand by it, though. Because I hate this game.
I think I have the strength to go on.
I don't think I do. No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. They wanted to develop their big villain for the trilogy, because they clearly wanted this to be a big, epic trilogy, because that's what Lord of the Rings did. Therefore, logically... I guess it's safe to be on a jellyfish. That's... Yep, God of War was a trilogy too. Although not yet, but yeah, it is still true. When did God of War 3 come out? You know what this game is? You're back in high school. You're doing your homework. You finished most of it. You take a stretch, take a break. You've been cramming away for a couple hours. You deserve a break. It's cool. You pick it up, realize you're actually only about a fifth of the way through it. Yeah, that's completely out of reach. Where do you want me to go, game? Let's play it by ear for now, Mr. Red. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do a second shift today as well. Much as I really hate doing single shift days. Yeah, it's getting late. And I've got post paperwork to do, and I'm not even done with this stupid game yet. Come on, give us a 6.
My master returns.
We're too late.
Persistent little fellow, aren't you?
7.
This is where it really ends.
8.
Bring it.
No mercy this time.
9.
I can't watch this.
Okay. Wow, the recoil stun she throws us through is absolutely bonkers. Anytime you see her hit me a second time in a row, it's because I couldn't move after the first hit. hate this, aren't I? I can already tell. Yeah, she's not gonna land, is she? Oh, she landed. Never mind. I guess being patient pays off sometimes. Please? Oh no, play default. Don't even say that. Why would you say that? Look at how little damage my ultimate did to her. Look at that. That is so pathetic. That is insulting. Why does the ultimate even exist? What's the opposite of ultimate? Like what's the terminology for the weakest thing? Lowest tier. Impotent, I like that. It's my it's my Yamcha! It's my Yamcha attack! No, that's it. That's canon now. That's canon. I'm gonna hit you with my Yamcha attack! What? What? What is this all of a sudden?
Now it's time to unleash the true dragon within you.
Shouldn't she be the same age as we are? If we were both from the same eggs, from the same clutch, at the same time. Oh.
She is just like me.
Never mind.
Dude, we gotta get out of here now.
I can't leave her behind. I've got to save her.
Then do it and stop.
Save the beast that's been trying to kill us?
Dude.
Yeah, that wasn't her fault.
Dude.
She was being used by the Dark Master.
Dude. You shut up and do it.
Now we can go.
I'm right behind you, buddy.
And we're dead.
Mommy, fluff my pillow.
Feeling better, Spyro?
Not really, Ignitus. That battle drained every last bit of my strength. I can hardly lift my head.
Yes, it will take some time for your powers to return.
Oh my god.
But they will in time, young dragon.
Don't worry, you'll reset for the next game. It'll be fine.
Cinder, ever since I failed the night of the raid, I've dreamt of this day.
It wasn't just you, Ignitus. We all failed.
Be that as it may, we're together again now. Thanks to Spyro. Well done, young dragon.
Thanks, Ignitus. But we still don't know what's happened to the Dark Master.
No matter, Spyro. There will be time to talk of the Dark Master later. Now, it's time to be grateful for your success.
His success? Hey, what about me? Just because a bunch of weird stuff doesn't fly out of my mouth doesn't mean I didn't help you now.
Yeah, you were a big help, Sparks. No doubt about it. But, just for the record, a lot of weird stuff does come out of that little mouth of yours.
And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You know, I don't need this. I could have stayed with the llama people, whatever, where I was appreciated, but no. No, I decided to help the poor, helpless dragons rid the world of evil. What a mistake that was, because I get no thanks. No respect, no love, no credit.
My goodness. And I thought Voltaire talked a lot.
I left home too, you know. I'm a little guy, yeah, that's right. Maybe you haven't noticed.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He didn't do anything.
Than they are to you. And did I...
For those of you not aware, in Spyro 1, Sparks is part of your kit. It's a minor thing, but he is.
Cookie. I got class.
He's your health indicator. I noticed that, Mr. Right. He's your health indicator. He helps point out certain things, and he gives you interactions on some of the minigame levels. This Sparks does nothing.
They recognize the value of a quality dragon.
He does absolutely nothing.
But here I get nothing. Not even a thanks. Hey, how you doing? Good. Let me buy you a drink. I should go back to the swamp. Mom will make it all good. Mommy always does.
And that was David Spade, crying in real life at the realization that he just recorded this game. So I'm going to let these roll while I do some typing. Hey, Ross, are you there? Ross. Ross is gone. Okay, Ross is dead. Hey, Judo Joker. That's true, Hardboiled One. You're right. I wasn't 100% sure about that, because I only really played the Reignited trilogy. Great trilogy, by the way. But, yeah. Alright, come on. Make the brain work. Focus. Because they're stupid, Omega Legions. Not as stupid as that, Med Overlord. I'm not sure anything is as stupid as that. That's, like, gobsmackingly impressively stupid. I can't wait to literally never play any game that leans on that garbage as the method to make its game look better. Road Warden. Road 96. And Road Heistgeist. And thank you, TSP. And thank you for the comments. I do read them as they come in. I know I don't respond to them, because duh, but I do appreciate it. Oh, up one person. Guest above, -100. Now a sub. Thank you for the sub, too. If NVIDIA forces them to, then that game is getting turbo vetoed. I don't care. I don't freaking care at this point in my life. I have so many other better games I could play than spending time shoveling slop down my mouth. They did, Omega Legion, you're right. I cannot wait until I've conquered this pathetic planet. And then you know what the solution's gonna be? The solution is like I'm gonna drag all the Nvidia people out in front of a line and shoot them to death, and then resurrect them, and then shoot them again. And I'm gonna do that a few times until I'm satisfied and they're all insane. And then I'm gonna throw them in a pit and light it on fire. I'm also going to film it. Put it up publicly. Anybody wants to watch. Hey, anybody who lost their jobs or livelihood or has otherwise suffered some, like, indignity because of the AI craze. Yeah, here, this is for you. No, Rama, I'm not cruel. Yeah, exactly. Oh, is this the one that's copy wrong now? And I like Luna's answer. Rise! Don't worry, I'll make them all undead minions, and they get to go to work dredging, I don't know, like maybe new lakes, I feel like might be a good thing, you know? Which we can then fill with more water to kind of replace some, just... What I find funny is, and I haven't seen if they've corrected this yet, but apparently they tried the new filter on Minecraft of all things, and suspiciously have not released the footage of that, which I find hysterical because the existing games they released the footage for already looked really, really bad, so how much worse than Minecraft look? Oh, here we go. This is it. This is going to make it all worth it. This is what made this journey worthwhile.
See anything, Spyro?
No. But I've got a bad feeling.
Me too.
Was that it? Was that it? That makes me unreasonably angry. Clearly this game is better than Expedition 33.
I think what's really great about this game, and what I'm excited about in regards to this game, is that it's sort of telling the story of Spyro from the beginning. He's actually a small purple dragon that is raised by...
Yeah, okay. Those 5 seconds are all I needed to know to tell that he was bullcrapping everything he was about to say, did not read the script, does not care about the game, and did not get... He sounded better in that interview than he did in the entire game. Like, his dead eyes voice, the entire game, what the crap? It's a soft veto right now, Judah Tucker. That's the short answer. All right, hang on. Before we go any further, before we go any further. Yeah, no, it was a paycheck game, and I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna do a paycheck game, at least do your job. Be a frickin' professional.
I, like all the others, awaited the birth.
Yes, Lunaruth, yes. He was a good actor in something totally unrelated to this game. So clearly, he can do no wrong.
Long before, but
I am trying to skip nonstop. Nothing's happening.
I thought they were safe.
Nothing is happening.
How I was wrong.
Okay, so anyways, while that's playing...
The dark armies have come.
No! The monkeys! Also, is that racist, making the monkeys the Dark Army? A species, excuse me. Yeah, it feels something. It's some kind of ist, right? We've got some isms going on here. I didn't see nothing, Rum. I don't know what you want from me.
May the ancestors look after you. May they look after us all.
It's up to you, Mr. Ed. Whenever you feel is appropriate. Can I skip yet? Did you know? Varric says, little did they realize there would be 2 more games. And those games... I'm trying to check for New Game Plus, yeah. That's the only reason I'm putting up with any of this. I'm actually kind of with you, Linnea. Like, I don't know, that is an extremely good question, Drakaji. I do apologize tremendously. So, my PS3 is off in storage right now. And that's why I haven't hopped on it, to make sure I can grab the game, to make sure I have access to it, and all those other fun things. It is going to stay in storage until the renovation stuff is done. I haven't forgotten about it. It's actually right there. $25 towards Soul Calibur 3. It's literally on the list right there. But there's a few things. It's going to be a huge colossal pain in the ass. But once the renovation stuff is done and I can get set up again, then it's one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to get my PS3 hooked up and check that out.
What emerged from the egg frightened them at first, but finally amazed and astonished them.
8, 9, 10. Here I come!
It was a purple dragon.
Shut up or die. Okay, so. I do not appear to have any kind of New Game Plus here. How New Game Plus? How do?
I see you, my little glowing friend.
Well, okay, let's just load our completed save file, which is this. Don't make me watch that cinematic again.
Yes, yes, Voltaire, I see that months of tortured captivity have done nothing to...
This is not my completed save. Why is this my most recent save? You know what? I'm comfortable enough saying that since I do not have access to New Game Plus, that it does not exist. I think I'm comfortable with that. Yeah. Yeah. No pluses. Moving on.
What emerged from the egg frightened them at first.
That honestly barely sounds positive worthy to begin with, Omega Legion. So I think I'm comfortable not giving that positive anyways.
I see you, my little glowing friend.
Yeah, we just have to New Game Plus 50 times. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be great. It'll be so good.
Ah, must be tough to lose all the time.
Hey, that... Now, where's that little gnat gone now?
You know, this is getting a little boring.
Well, egg on my face. I should have just done that.
Wow. Sounds...
I mean, New Game Plus exists in Mario 3 as well, but I didn't give that a positive for it either. That's a good point, Mad Overlord. Okay. Good night, Omega Legion. Have a good one. Best part of the speedrun, right here.
You see...
Nope, he just reached the tutorial. This is the tutorial right here. I was going to say, if he could skip it.
Spyro, come here.
This time...
Nope, looks like even he has to do the frickin' tutorial.
Oh, you awaken my hopes once more.
Come over here.
Spyro. Well done. But your training is just getting started.
Over here.
Knocking enemy...
Wow, I actually won. Awesome.
Yeah, by the way, this run was just a year ago.
Mauve one.
Let us see...
Just to tell you how recently... just to tell you how recently the speedrun community is still running this game.
You did it! Well, now it's time to move on.
Spyro, come here.
Let us continue.
Are you leaving, Colgrim? Because I could skip ahead, don't worry, but I kind of want to finish my stuff first.
That's it! That's it!
Come over here.
Let's try...
Wait till I tell the folks about this.
Hi, Elizar.
Over here.
Conserve your energy.
You type exclamation mark yes, Elizar.
That's what a motivated dragon can do.
This way, oh Mauve one.
An off-balance...
I'm pretty sure every sane person hates these sections.
Now you're ready to proceed.
Spyro, come here.
Let's see... You've succeeded, but you're far from done yet.
Well, if I was Tony, I would have deliberately leaked the plans, but I would have made them, like, slightly wrong in a way to turn it into a honeypot.
I knew you had it in you, Spyro.
Over here.
Now let's... So far, so good. Now for the real challenge.
This way, oh Mauve one.
You... You might have a chance against Cinder yet. Dante's freezer is a desolate...
Thank you for the sub, Orthodoxia. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, do please let me know. Sorry, I was kind of in the zone there. Oh, dude. The actual ending itself was really bad. Like really bad. Okay. Yeah, that feels right. Absolutely not. I demand absolute garbage in my Spyro games. Audio spam? I gave a negative for the sound design of the monkeys themselves, but you're right, I never gave a negative for audio spam. I would love to give a negative for the Kree Summer thing, but I can't. You know what I can do? Far Cry 3, Saints Row 4, Age of Mythology R. Done. Sure, Elizar, you can guess any time across an entire run, except when I've closed the guessing game. Yeah, exactly, Zar. Having the big, like, there's ways to have a villain not have a lot of presence on, excuse me, not have a lot of screen time, but have a lot of presence, right? This is not one of those times. This did not work. Okay. This is going to take me a minute, isn't it? This is kind of boring. Here, let's, like, what is taking so long?
Tall Plains was once home to a proud...
This one's about 20 minutes. That one's... Munitions Fortress is like 30 minutes. Jeez Louise. So let's skip ahead to, like... here. Yeah, it's... You know it's bad when a speedrun is boring. Jesus. Wait. I went too far. Hang on. What? That cannot be. Oh my god.
Right about you.
So yeah, that's...
This way, oh, Mauve one.
Oh my god. Almost half of the run. Almost half of the speed run is spent in concurrent wins. The level I kept complaining that it wouldn't end. Or Concurrent Sky, whatever it's called. I'm kind of blown away by that, honestly. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna move on from that. I apologize. This is boring. I don't have a backup thing for you to watch. You know what? 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 Sure. Sure.
I think what's really great about this game, and what I'm excited about in regards to this game, is that it's sort of telling the story of Spyro from the beginning. He's actually a small purple dragon that is raised by dragonflies. He doesn't realize he's a dragon. And within the story, as the story progresses, he learns of his true self, where he comes from. You know, that there are these elders, these kind of guardian giant dragons, and that he's one of this ilk. And throughout the game, he starts to learn more about what...
Okay, pause. There's this art that some people learn to say nothing. It's usually when you don't know anything about a thing, and so you just say meaningless drivel. Politicians tend to do this a lot. For example, corporate mouthpieces do as well. So what he just said was Spyro the Dragon has this whole arc of discovering that he's a dragon. Moving on.
He's capable of as well. The significance of being a purple dragon is something special. The powers that come along with that. And what's really cool as a player, I think, is that you get to learn these different attributes throughout and use them in different ways, such as breathing fire, which is kind of typical to dragons, or breathing ice, or electricity. And these things just kind of come throughout the game. And it's a really, really interesting story-based game that I think is quite immersive, which is cool.
It's very immersive. Very immersive game.
If I could leave with one of Spyro's powers, what could it be? It's tough. They're all pretty good.
Oh, they're all good. They're all good.
But the old standby, the ability to fly, you know, that's a big deal. Breathing fire, okay. That could be, I mean, I could really run into some trouble with that. You know, can you lessen the amount of fire that you're breathing? What if you only intend to, like, I don't know, light a candle, for instance, but then you light up your couch? You know, that could be really problematic. Electricity could be good because you could probably infuse something with power, but then how do you know, like, how much power to infuse it with? Like, how many amps it takes? And if you go overboard and then you burn out all of your electricity, that'd be bad. Ice could be good, but then I could see that being extremely dangerous as well. I mean, all of these things I think you'd have to learn how to regulate, because you could freeze yourself, you could, I don't know, I think there's a lot of, flying's the safest. I'll go with flying. I mean, he's a character that sort of starts out entering into a world that he's unfamiliar with and taking aboard something that is kind of quite massive. It's not dissimilar from a journey that I'd taken before.
No, don't you dare.
That is sort of bigger than they could conceive of.
Don't you freaking dare.
To do the session today, and I was told that I didn't know who the rest of the cast were, and I came in and I was told that Gary Oldman did the voice of Ignitus, which blows my mind. I mean, he's one of my favorite actors of all time. A true chameleon, someone that you can't really peg, has done every kind of voice, character imaginable.
I mean that my time for heroics is past, but with your help, we might be able to beat Cinder.
I can't, Ignitus. I just learned what I am.
You can, Spyro. You can. You are a purple dragon. A very special creature.
You're a dragon, Harry.
It's a pleasure to be associated with him because I'm such a huge fan. And David Spade as Sparks as well.
He's there
I've met
too, I
David,
guess.
A couple of times, and he's a really sweet guy and really, really funny. And for this kind of character, it's so important to have someone that's sort of biting and sarcastic and funny. Sparks is definitely all those things. And
Yeah! Sparks was so funny.
Spyro, can you hear me? Are you okay, buddy? Hey, listen, forget about those cracks I made about your fatness and your...
This is the scene. This is the scene you used.
I'm very much, as a gamer, I'm very much attracted to a game that includes a great story that I can sink my teeth into, that will allow me to kind of continue to focus on the progress of the game and lead to other games. You know, my favorite games are story-based games. And if the story's good and the actual gameplay is fun, then yeah, that's all you need.
Elijah. Story-focused games in 2006 were not what you would call an uncommonality. I know. Flexing the big brain here. But, do I dislike this game as much as Kakarot? I don't even know how to answer that. I think you're actually making fun of me. Of course he didn't play this game. One and done, paycheck, go home. Never think about it again. I doubt he remembered his character or lines. Because he couldn't say anything of substance about a character he had just voiced. Hey, Mr. Red. Yeah, I really am with Lanierith. It feels like, to me, that it would take more effort to do a bad job like that. Like this game received, I should clarify. Anybody who's done any kind of skill long-term, anything, really, painting, drawing, driving, you know that a lot of that kind of becomes muscle memory at a certain point. Like, when you really practice a skill, you get good at it, and it kind of becomes a natural flow of how you do things, right? So it then takes effort to adjust that flow, to push out of that zone, right? It's one of the reasons why, I've actually talked about this before, it's one of the reasons why I tend to value good, bad acting. In other words, when a good actor is trying to sound like their character is acting badly, which is actually pretty hard to do. Because most actors are just so accustomed to being good actors. They are acting. And it takes a special degree of skill to be able to pull that off. Uh-oh. Let me tell you, I have never regretted any game purchase in my life except for these 3 games. Yeah, rarity trying to be country. But I mean, whoops. Of course, Tabitha St. Germain is going to be absolutely crushing it. So I've actually never played the PS1 games. But, from what I understand, they're pretty decent. I can highly recommend the remakes. Those are cool. Those are thumbs up territory. I've actually played them twice now at this point in my life. Okay. It's the Bell cutscene. I forgot to give a negative for the Bell cutscene. It's a terrible cutscene. It's probably the single individual worst cutscene in the game. At a certain point, this is the other problem when you're playing a game that's particularly good or bad. At a certain point, it kind of becomes the norm, and it gets more difficult to acknowledge it. That's something I have to fight against in both directions. I'm sorry this is taking... There's a lot of points to cover. So instead, we're going to listen to this. This, you know... I know a lot of people hate Final Fantasy VIII. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy VIII would score better than this game. I feel comfortable saying that. I feel like that's a thing I could say definitively. Or at least to have, you know, some story frickin' positives. Oh yeah, I need to write that down too. See, the thing is, I actually love FF8 too. You remember how we talked earlier about loving a game despite knowing its flaws? I don't know how well FF8 is going to score. You know what I mean? There are some pretty objective flaws to FF8. And it is definitely one of those games that's made a lot better if you have a guide or if you know what you're doing. Once you know what you're doing, FF8 it becomes a better game. It does. Because you can play with the systems in the game and use them to their full capacity. You can actually engage with the gameplay. And once you have an idea of what's happening in the story, that is to say that the overwhelming majority of the cool, interesting story is optional, you can engage in that too and seek that out and be like, ah, this is awesome. But there's no signposting for any of that. I know people who've played FF8 and never actually stumbled into the card game. At all, ever. It's not like FF9 where they shove it front and center, which is why they do that, by the way. They also make it mandatory, if you remember. In 8, there's like that one thing in Balam Garden where they're like, hey! Okay. And that's it. How many of you even know that there's different rules for the card game in FF8? Which you can change. Yeah, the Norg side quest is actually kind of interesting and some cool world building. Completely off the map. Nothing indicates it's there. If you happen to go back to the Norg room, you might get something approaching a hint. Speaking of Final Fantasy. So core problems with the game's story and gameplay. God. Where do I even begin with such a thing? Okay. The worst thing about the story, voice acting. Some actually legitimate, talented actors with good direction, putting out their best. It's not going to make the story good. The plot's still boring, generic dreck, but better presentation would have made it palatable. Gameplay-wise, padding. Endless waves of fighting the same enemies over and over and over and over and over again. You know what? Absolutely, Linerith. Good example. I mentioned earlier that some old shows don't age well. You want to know an old show that is actually surprisingly enjoyable? Transformers G1. I will not call it good, but the performances and presentation pulls it up, frankly, way higher than it has any right to be. See you around Game Geek. Have fun. And I'm going to spoil the whole thing. Yeah, no, Peter Cullen, right? Absolutely. And I actually can't remember his name, but the guy who voiced Starscream. God, I just realized the game this song is from is part of the SNES block. That's going to suck. They were Brownjacker, absolutely. That's sort of my point. You're either lying or you're stupid. I'm stupid! I'm stupid! Come on, tough bot, let's go! Wait, was that Welker as Megatron? I did not know that. That's funny. Yeah, I talk about it constantly. Presentation matters. 1 second. I noticed something I missed in the middle of this. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, exactly. Hell, I just ragged on DuckTales. Well, we at least had some effort put in by the actors back then. It's probably at least part of why it was so memorable. That and the frickin' theme song. Chris Collins. Okay. I've heard nothing but good things about the new DuckTales. Like, universal praise. I've only seen 1 and 2 clips from it, sorry. One I will not share, but the other one was when Donald could speak with a normal voice. It was a good scene. It was a good scene. Okay. I'm almost done, I swear. Gotta be thorough, especially since this has some bottom 10 potential, I think. What? This is how you've been talking this entire time? Get off my screen, Elijah Wood. Sorry. Oh, Ross. Just for you. She is probably one of my favorite mixers ever. I aspire to be as good as her someday. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt that amazing, amazing song. Because she just does such good stuff. Who's this? Crystal Chameleon. Oh, wow. Is Crystal Chameleon still doing stuff? The latest thing I see on their YouTube channel was 2 years ago. They're probably on Spotify, which I don't do anything with. I swear I'm almost done. Here, I have just some generic WoW music. WoW music fits everything. We're good, we're good. Doesn't it, Bragwin? Threatening posture. There it is. I knew there was something I was forgetting. By the way, anybody who guessed higher than -200, just the story is pushing it down that far. As in, I haven't inputted the gameplay yet. I'm auditing the gameplay right now. I don't know what happened in the making of this game, okay? Legitimately. I mean, the most obvious objective problem is they blew the entire budget of the game on Gary Oldman, Elijah Woods, and David Spade, excuse me. That's the objective mistake they made. They blew all of their budget on 3 actors who did a terrible job, and they didn't give any voice direction for. Past that, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, they also gave almost no lines to an extremely experienced voice actor. I noticed that Kevin Michael Richards... Oh my god, I can't remember his name. Oh god. Kevin Michael Richardson. I was right. Kevin Michael Richardson was fine. You notice that? Another industry vet. And honestly, Cree Summers was simple. Like, to the point where I probably wouldn't have given her a negative for the voice acting. And then there's, you know, the rest. Yeah, she had 11 whole lines to work with. That probably took her 20 minutes to cram out, counting retakes. Listen, you gotta sit down, Czar, you gotta read the line, you have a cup of coffee, you know. Relax, get in the zone, ask the director what to do, realize there is no director. I don't remember hearing any battlegrounds. So we already kind of discussed this earlier, but how replayable do we think this game is? I mean, is it really, Kay? Is it? Is it something I'm physically capable of doing? Listen, if I was to get one of the superpowers from this game, God, who asked that interview question? What else? What a stupid question to ask. Hi, Seth. Yeah, I'm playing Spyro. Jesus Christ. Okay. 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 Where's the beat 'em up genres? Beat 'em ups, beat 'em ups. We've had some good beat 'em ups. In fact, we've only ever had 2 beat 'em ups go into the negatives at all. Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 2. Let's fix that. Yeah, okay. So on the top end, we've got like Devil May Cry 5, God of War 3, Batman Arkham City. You know, all of these are pretty high scoring beat 'em ups. So story score. So before I type this in, the average story score of a beat 'em up is 13. So this game got negative 51. That is 6.39 negatives per hour, which I stand behind firmly. And a story ratio of, and I am tremendously amused by this, 1.82%. Then, gameplay. So, the average gameplay of beat 'em ups is 20, which is actually kind of low because it's being dragged down by Arkham Origins, Devil May Cry 2, God of War 1, Shoot His Blood and Teeth. This game's gameplay is negative 73. That is 9.15 negatives per hour. And that, I know, that sounds right. That sounds absolutely right. Do I have any water? Barely. Oh my god. And that is a gameplay ratio of 2%. Can I get a drum roll, please? Oh my god. All right. Did anyone guess even close? No, nobody did. Mr. Red, you won by default by guessing the lowest. I'm just gonna say that right now. You won, Mr. Red. Congrats. Nobody guessed lower than you. Negative? I know. Shocking. $444.76. That actually does specifically take the 5th slot. That takes the 5th slot. It beat Third Birthday. Yeah, and Mr. Red guessed negative 376. Trim Whisperer. And you know what's sad? Every time I do this thing, I say this often. I do this thing where I do a mental recheck. It's like, okay, hang on. Distance myself from the emotional turmoil of the game for a second. Double check. Okay. Does that feel right? Yes, it does. This game is trash. This game is impressively trash. I don't think this is as bad as Lufia 5. But I do think this is worse than Devil May Cry 2, Final Fantasy 13, Echo the Dolphin, and Third Birthday. This tracks. Oh my god. So, Mr. Red, congrats. I'll put that towards the Sonic Modern 2D block. Almost correct you on that. Legacy of Goku, and we punch out. And then... just... can it go down? Is it possible? Is it possible to go down from here? Oh my god, I'm unironically on the edge of my seat here. Like, I have to know. I have to know if this can get worse. Can we dig? Can we dig down? Can we surpass Lufia? That's another 60 points down to Lufia. That is not a small gap, right? That is way down there. Listen, Kay, you're awesome. End statement. Of course I still use that animation. No. It's way too late to do a second shift. I have to do all the post stuff. I haven't even eaten lunch. My lunch was 2 hours ago. And I have paperwork to do. And I gotta get this all set up on the website and the bottle. Tomorrow. I'll see you guys.